Chapter 1862. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing armor-piercing magical beast for obtaining an experience point. True Chi 500 points. Energy values 1 point. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining armor-piercing power. Do you wish to fuse it? Please choose the fusion skill. A few prompts sounded. Luo Tian moved and ordered, "Fuse with the Thunder Dragon Heavy Cannon." Ding! Fusion successful. The moment he heard the notification, Luo Tian quickly ran over. He first picked up the Xianyuan cow from the ground and immediately fed it a pill. "Old cow, you're not going to die, are you?" After the Xianyuan cow swallowed the pill, it opened its eyes. "Damn it, where did that guy go? I don't believe that I can't kill it." At this time, the skinny monkey had also revived Zhuge Qing and Lei Xiangdong and said, "Brother Tian, they're fine." Huff! Luo Tian let out a sigh of relief. He looked at Xian Yuanyo's right arm. The power it had unleashed was terrifying. The arm had suddenly doubled in size. It was not as simple as just having the right arm's godly power. "Don't move yet." Luo Tian held onto the arm of the Xianyuan cow that had recovered its original appearance. The idea moved and sensed it, then frowned. Xianyuan cow asked in shock, "Boss, what's wrong? What happened to my arm?" He started to worry as well. Since he was young, he knew that his right arm was different from the rest. Luo Tian said that his right arm was born with divine power, and once it exploded, it would be unstoppable. For this reason, during this period of time, he had been cultivating crazily, specifically cultivating his right arm. No matter if it was true chi or anything else, they were all absorbed by his right arm. His right arm was getting stronger and stronger, and there were even times when the power seemed to want to break out of his body. Seeing Luo Tian frown, the Xianyuan cow's heart trembled. He became worried and asked, "Boss, is something wrong?" At this moment, everyone also walked up and looked at Luo Tian. Luo Tian retracted his hand and asked, "Have you been cultivating your right arm during this period of time, pouring all your true chi into your right arm? Your right arm is like a demon beast that can't be fed, crazily swallowing everything. No matter what kind of power it is, it will all be swallowed up." Xian Yuanyo said, "That's pretty much what you said." Luo Tian looked at Xian Yuanyo and said seriously, "There's a demon sealed in your arm. Just now, when you received that burst of power, your arm doubled in size, and that broke the seal a little. I don't know what will happen if the seal is completely broken." He thought of Blind, who from the Tian Xian land. The Xian Yuan bull was stunned. It looked at its right arm and was speechless. Sealed evil demons? What kind of demon? Brother Tian, isn't it too serious? Old cow, did you use your right hand gun too much? Why are you still a demon? Skinny monkey said in shock. Xian Yuanyo looked at Luo Tian seriously and asked, "Boss, will it be dangerous?" As he said that, he grabbed his right arm. Indeed, during this period of time, he felt like he couldn't control his right arm. After hearing what Luo Tian said, he also felt that the power in his right arm was extremely terrifying. If he couldn't control it, the consequences would be unpredictable. To be safe, Xian Yuanyo suddenly exerted strength. Luo Tian was shocked. He grabbed Xian Yuanyo and said, "What are you doing? What will happen in the future, whether you are a demon or an angel? All of this depends on you. As long as you maintain an upright heart, even if you are a demon, you are still a good demon. As long as you use it well, your power will be endless." If not for Luo Tian stopping him, Xian Yuanyo would really break his right arm. He would rather lose his power than do something that would harm his friends. Maintain your original heart. From today onwards, when you cultivate, you must communicate with your right arm and treat it as your life and death brother. At the same time, you must train your body's strength. If you are responsible, you won't be able to take it. Luo Tian didn't know what the consequences would be. That was all he could do. Xian Yuanyo nodded heavily and said, "Maintain my original heart, I will." Brother Tian, you have to promise me that if I go berserk and lose control one day, you must kill me. Luo Tian didn't reject and smiled. If that day really comes, I will. The skinny monkey put one hand on the Xian Yuan ox's shoulder and scratched its thick right arm. He smiled and said, Old ox, don't worry. I think it's definitely an angel and it's a woman. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed as well. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The entire demon island was still shaking nonstop. Countless pangolins like the one from before rolled down from high places, crazily killing humans. No one from the war zone could rush up, and all of them retreated. What should we do? Luo Tian looked at Lu Sueki and asked. Now Luo Tian had become their backbone. Lei Xiangdong said, In this situation, no one can rush up. There's still 4 super magical beasts on the top of the mountain. If we go up, we will be courting death. At this moment, an old maize biochemical warrior came out and said in broken Chinese, General Jida has invited you over to discuss countermeasures. You can choose not to go, but those who do not go will be hunted down by everyone in the war zone. Finished. The warrior looked at Luo Tian and Xian Yuanyo seriously. This again, Lei Xiangdong said in disdain. This is the usual trick of the old Mei. If we can't win, we will join forces. If we join forces, we will be cannon fodder. Boss, Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, Let's go. Very good. You know what's good for you. The warrior said, Follow me. Lei Xiangdong lowered his voice and said, Boss, they will only treat us as cannon fodder. Even if we go, we won't be able to get anything out of it. When the warrior heard Lei Xiangdong's words, he sneered in disdain. You don't have a choice. If you didn't kill a pangolin just now, you wouldn't even have the qualifications to be cannon fodder. Brat, you have to understand that your China war zone is currently the weakest. Lei Xiangdong clenched his fists tightly, feeling extremely unhappy. Luo Tian stopped him and laughed. Just as they said, we don't have a choice. He sneered in his heart. Be cannon fodder? I'm just laughing. I really need experience to break through to the peak of the 9th level. I can use you guys to help me level up, ha ha ha. Other than that, Luo Tian also needed other forces. With just a few of them, it was impossible for them to reach the top of the mountain. He needed to borrow the strength of the other war zones. It had to be said, Old Mei's appeal was very strong. All the war zones were invited to participate in this event. Seeing the appearance of Luo Tian and the others, Jida's eyes flashed with a bright light and said with a smile, Hi, my Chinese friends, it's great that you can come. Thank you to Ma, 1888, for your support. Thank you. Chapter 1863. It was incomparably intimate. He gave Luo Tian a big hug as soon as he came up. They were as affectionate as old friends. Jida whispered into Luo Tian's ear. Do you still have that kind of pill on you? I can pay a high price, however much you have. As long as you agree, I can guarantee that you will leave this place alive. Obviously, he saw it when he killed the armor-piercing beast. It was also because of this that Luo Tian and the others were invited. Otherwise, Luo Tian and the others were not even qualified. Luo Tian laughed. You can have as many as you want, but I don't have any right now. If you are sincere enough, you must protect us and leave this place alive. Jida said excitedly, No problem. Ha ha ha, then he laughed. Luo Tian also laughed out loud. It was obvious. Lao Mei's appeal was not because they were persuasive, but because they were the strongest. If they could borrow his strength to protect Skinny Monkey and the others, it would be very worth it. As for the pills they wanted, Luo Tian laughed coldly in his heart. However, Jida also had his own plans. Looking at the few people behind Luo Tian, his smile was filled with conspiracy. Chinese monkey. A Japanese soldier sneered in disdain. Luo Tian frowned. His footsteps were like illusions as he landed in front of that person and slapped him. Whose dog is this? Why didn't you tie it up properly? Pa! Baka! That Japanese soldier shouted angrily. Luo Tian's eyes turned sinister, his right hand moved, directly grabbing that person's throat, and his arms exerted force. Baka, your sister! Crack! His throat was directly broken. Then he kicked out again. The strange thing was that there was no system beep. This was very strange. That Japanese soldier's body began to twist, and a demonic beast rushed out from his body. Its two hands turned into sharp blades and flew out, directly slashing towards Luo Tian. Demon Beast Warrior. Boss, be careful! Luo Tian was secretly shocked. He sneered, back then. The Japanese like to do all sorts of things. I didn't expect them to still be like this. They haven't improved at all. Baka! Die! The ghost beast warrior snorted coldly, and a cold light flashed on the dual blades. Luo Tian raised his eyes slightly and moved his right palm. Boundless energy began to be absorbed into his palm. It was also at this moment. Jida's eyes flickered, and a biochemical warrior rushed out, blocking Luo Tian's path. The sound of metal clashing against metal could be heard from its body. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere. The ghost beast warrior was sent flying, and the biochemical warrior also took a few steps back. Liquid metal faintly appeared under its skin, and it had the ability to recover. Its wounds healed quickly, and it was very powerful. Luo Tian thought to himself, this thing only appeared in sci-fi movies in my previous life. I didn't expect the Americans to have developed it to this extent. This liquid metal is too powerful. He was shocked. At the same time, he also knew why the China region would be the weakest next year. The birth of an ancient martial arts cultivator was extremely difficult. Especially from a 9th-level warrior to a cultivator, there was a huge threshold. Without a certain amount of talent, it was absolutely impossible to break through. However, the Americans had used advanced technology to transform the human body. Just this biochemical warrior was not weaker than a cultivator. Moreover, the Japanese's ghost beast warrior was not weak either. The dual blades actually did not leave any marks on the liquid metal. This was only the first stage of the evolution of the ghost beast warrior. If it was a higher stage, its strength would be even more ferocious. Huff! Luo Tian thought to himself. It seems that this mission is very troublesome. Jida smiled and said, the performance just now ends here. What we need to deal with now is the magical beasts, not each other. No matter what grudges you have in the past, put them aside for now. Otherwise, don't blame me for removing you from the war zone. That is a peerless treasure. Only if we work together can we get it. Perhaps as long as we get it, we can change the situation where the magical beasts dominate. For world peace, for Earth, we have to work together. He spoke nonsense with a serious expression. It was completely the same style as the Americans in the past. Perhaps Jida would not say the same thing when he obtained the spirit treasure. The ghost beast warrior turned back into a human and stared coldly at Luo Tian. He said, Kid, I will remember you. Luo Tian cursed. Remember your mother. If you don't like it, come again. Bah! Before he could finish a sentence, Jida's gaze suddenly turned cold. The general of the Japanese war zone also said a few words in bird language. The ghost beast warrior suddenly sighed and stood silently to the side. He did not say a word. Now that everyone from the war zones on the island has come, if we want to get the treasure, we have to work together and form a battle group. We will gather our strongest forces and charge to the top of the mountain. Now, I will provide a battle plan. Jida spoke frankly. 10 minutes later, the general of the European war zone said, I suggest that the Huaxia war zone be the vanguard. This is their territory and they are familiar with it. They are the most suitable to be the vanguard. I agree. I agree too. I agree. Everything seemed to have been agreed upon beforehand. Lei Xiangdong cursed. F*CK at the start. Everyone said that they were the ones who found Demon Island first. Now they are acting like this. How shameless! War zones were the same as people. The weak would be beaten. This was a lesson learned countless times in history. Luo Tian also knew that this would be the result. He smiled and said, "There is no problem with the Huaxia war zone being the vanguard. The key is who will be the second team. What about the third and fourth team?" Lei Xiangdong looked at Luo Tian in confusion. Skinny Monkey patted Lei Xiangdong's shoulder and said, "Lei, don't worry. Brother Tian never makes a losing deal." Everyone was stunned. No one expected Luo Tian to agree to be the vanguard. Luo Tian said, "I suggest that the Japanese war zone be the second team." "I agree. I agree too." Everyone agreed. The general of the Japanese war zone frowned and stared angrily at Luo Tian. Luo Tian laughed. "What are you looking at me for? If you don't want to, you can leave this place. No one is forcing you." Immediately after, the third and fourth teams were all decided by voting. Luo Tian did not want to waste any time and said, "Let's begin now. I can't wait any longer." Many people mocked Luo Tian. They felt that Luo Tian was an idiot. He was actually in a hurry to die. Lu Sweki asked in a low voice, "What the hell are you doing?" "The vanguard is cannon fodder." Luo Tian smiled mysteriously and said, "We still don't know who the cannon fodder is. Just wait and see." In another place, Yi Xiaofeng brought Firewolf and the other 6 to Demon Island. Yi Xiaofeng laughed coldly. "Luo Tian, I want you to become my zombie slave. Ha ha ha. Thank you for your support." Chapter 1864. The teams had gathered. The Chinese team was the vanguard, and the Japanese team was the second echelon. It was basically a ranking of the strong and weak. What was worth noting was, Ji De gave Luo Tian a biochemical warrior to protect him. But Luo Tian knew very well that Ji De was worried that he would die and did not give him any pills. Ji De ordered, "Let's go." Luo Tian took the lead and led Lei Xiangdong and the others out. After a few minutes, they disappeared into the forest. Cannon fodder is cannon fodder. He's addicted to being cannon fodder. The Chinese team is really useless. Ha ha ha. With these Chinese monkeys, we'll have an easier time. Suddenly, rumble, rumble. Everyone was shocked. What's that sound? It sounds like a horde of magical beasts. The sound is getting closer and closer. What's going on? What the hell? The horde of magical beasts is here. Everyone run. Kill them. Luo Tian shouted as he ran. The Xianyuan ox, Lei Xiangdong, and the others beside him had all disappeared. Only the biochemical warrior was left. Furthermore, the biochemical warrior was injured all over. It was difficult for him to recover from his injuries. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Swish, swish, swish. One by one, pangolin magical beasts drilled out from the ground and chased after Luo Tian and the biochemical warrior. The surrounding towering trees were pushed down one by one, filling the sky with dust. The branches of the trees were constantly thrown out, smashing into the ground and exploding like cannonballs. The scene was like an avalanche. Jida's scalp went numb. Damn it, what's going on? At this moment, as the highest commander, he immediately ordered, "No one is allowed to retreat. Block with all your strength and kill these magical beasts." Huff, huff, huff. Huff, huff, huff. Luo Tian rushed to Jida's side and pretended to be out of breath. "General Jida, there are too many magical beasts. My people can't handle it anymore. Let's run. If we don't run, we'll all die." Seeing the shock on Jida's face, Luo Tian laughed in his heart. "You want me to be cannon fodder? Is your brain filled with shit?" Luo Tian sneered inwardly. "How can I not receive your power to level up?" After that, Luo Tian said seriously, "You guys go first. I'll hold them back. Kill." As he spoke, he rushed forward. Ji glared angrily. "Damn it, you actually lured a magical beast here. Why are you still standing there like idiots? Kill these magic beasts for me. If we retreat any further, we'll fall into the sea. Don't you know what's in the sea?" Immediately, the people in the other battle zones began to move. All kinds of firearms were used. The powerful modified warriors, vampire families, werewolf families, and demonic beast warriors were all doing their best to kill. Ding! 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 Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Armor-Piercing Magical Beast for obtaining 23,000 experience, 500 true chi, and 1 energy values. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Armor-Piercing Strength. Do you wish to enhance it? What skill should I enhance? Critical Punch. Ding! Strengthening successful. Critical Punch's damage to the armor-piercing magical beast has increased by 10%. The system beep kept ringing. It had to be said that these old Americans and Russians were very strong in the European theater of operations. Whether it was in terms of defense or strength, they were all extremely strong, especially the European werewolf warrior, who was completely a meat shield. His attack was also strong enough, and he was actually able to block for armor-piercing magical beast by himself. Luo Tian thought in his heart, "No wonder the Chinese theater of operations is weak. These warriors are all berserkers. China's cultivation is still at the initial stage. How can it be their match? Looks like I have to change China's cultivation civilization." From Lei Xiangdong's cultivation method and the knowledge of strength taught by the Thunder Academy, Luo Tian knew that the martial cultivation of the Chinese theater of operations was still at the primitive stage. This kind of cultivation method was difficult to break through to the powerful cultivation realm. Moreover, he would be greatly restricted. No matter how talented he was, it would be useless. So, there were very few experts in the Chinese theater of operations. If he wanted to change, he had to change from the roots. Sooner or later, I will leave Earth. Before that, I will try my best to do more for China, Luo Tian thought inwardly. At this moment, he did not remain idle as he sent a punch towards the pangolin. Seeing a bright red damage value appear above the pangolin's head, he immediately jumped away and sent another punch towards another demonic beast. He beat up all the surrounding magical beasts. Finally, he landed heavily, clapped his hands, and said, "Done!" Ding! 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 Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Armor-Piercing Magical Beast for obtaining 23,000 experience, 500 true chi, and 1 energy values. Ah, what a great feeling! There was no need to do it himself. About 2 hours later, all the armor-piercing magical beasts were killed. Luo Tian immediately jumped out, looking like he was admitting his mistake, and said, "It's all my fault. I didn't expect these armor-piercing magical beasts to be so fast." Looking at the casualties in the other war zones, Luo Tian couldn't help but laugh in his heart. 5 of Japan's ghost beast warrior-s had died. 1 of Lao Mei's biochemical warriors had also died, and 7 or 8 were injured. The casualties in each war zone were not small. As for the China war zone that Luo Tian was in, there was not a single one. Xian Yuanyo, Lei Xiangdong, and the others had already gone up the mountain from another path. Jida's face was a little ugly. He stared at Luo Tian and forced a smile. "Mr. Luo Tian, we want you to be the vanguard, not to lure the monsters down, but to open up a path for us. You should lure the magical beasts in another direction, not here." "Is that so? You should have said so earlier. I thought you wanted me to lure the monsters here." Luo Tian looked as if he had suddenly realized something, and then said, "General Jida, don't worry, I will definitely open up the path properly, and will definitely not attract any magical beasts." Chinese vanguard camp. Attack! Luo Tian looked around and realized that he was alone. He smiled awkwardly, and in the blink of an eye, he ran into the forest again. Looking at his experience points, he said, "A few more waves and I'll be able to break through. Damn it! Why is he the vanguard alone? We've already cleared out a group of magical beasts. We should hurry up. That thing is about to be born. If we miss the time, we won't be able to get it again." Jida was worried and immediately said to the Japanese war zone people, You guys go up with the second group. The general of the Japanese war zone looked unhappy and said, Psan Dragon Squad, move out! They still hadn't left the valley. Not far away, there was a rumbling sound and magical beasts roared, filling the sky with dust. Jida's face turned pale. Damn, it's here again! Chapter 1865. He would be a bastard if he didn't take advantage of the situation. It wasn't easy to come across such an opportunity. If he didn't take advantage of it, then he wouldn't be Luo Tian. Luo Tian quickly rushed down the hill. Seeing Jida in a daze, he immediately said, General Jida, why are you here? Are you here to receive me? Damn it, Law. I didn't even walk through this place. Jida wanted to strangle Luo Tian to death. He had only taken 3 steps when Luo Tian let another wave of demonic beasts down. He really didn't know how Luo Tian could lure demonic beasts so quickly. The other war zone leaders also stared at Luo Tian. They all wanted to kill him. Luo Tian looked around and slapped his thigh. He shouted, Damn, why haven't you left yet? I thought you were long gone. General Jida, what are you doing? Why are you still in this valley? Could it be that the treasure is in this valley? Luo Tian made a false accusation. He pretended to be stupid. Jida was angry. He said, You only left for half an hour. Where do you want me to go? I thought you left long ago. That's why I lured the demonic beasts here. I didn't expect you to still be here. I really don't know what you're doing. I think you want to kill me. Luo Tian looked angry. Jida was stunned and couldn't say anything to blame him. He frowned and ordered again, Prepare for battle. Kill. Luo Tian said seriously, I'm the vanguard. I'm the vanguard. I'll go first. As he spoke, he rushed up desperately. Every armor-piercing demonic beast would hit it and cause damage. Then he would immediately jump away. Kill. All the warriors in the war zone rushed up again. A few minutes later, ding, 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 a new round of notifications rang out. His experience bar soared. This feeling was simply too good. More than an hour later, it was cleaned up. Luo Tian walked out again and said, General Kid, this time you have to move faster. The mountains ahead are filled with these armor-piercing magical beasts, and the one above us is the king of armor-piercing magical beasts. Jida said, This time you can't lead them back to the original path. Lead them to the north. North, right? No problem. Luo Tian madly rushed out again. Jida's brows furrowed. He immediately shouted, Hurry up and move forward. Don't stay in this valley. I hate this valley. Damn it. This time, the speed of all the people in the war zone was very fast. 2 waves of magical beasts had caused them to suffer heavy injuries. They hadn't even seen the face of the treasure. If this continued, they wouldn't even need to look for the treasure. They would die in this valley. His speed was as fast as flying. Moreover, all the magical beasts in this area had been lured away by Luo Tian. Kid and the others marched very quickly. In less than 10 minutes, they were halfway up the mountain. At this moment, rumble, rumble, rumble. In the distance, sand and dust filled the sky. The violent tremors came again. Jida was furious. His hair was about to burn. Damn it! What the hell is he doing? General Jida, let's get out of here, quickly. Don't let that kid bring the magical beasts here again. This is the south. Didn't he want to bring the magical beasts here? Then let's go north. We won't run into them in the opposite direction, right? The general of the Japanese war zone said. Jida's brain wasn't enough. He immediately ordered, Go up the mountain range in the north. Half an hour later, when they arrived at the mountain range in the north, the mountain range suddenly shook violently. An overwhelming number of magical beasts rushed down from the top of the mountain range. Luo Tian ran at the front of the magical beasts. Looking at Jida and the people from the other war zones, he laughed in his heart. You want to play tricks with me? All of you together won't be enough to play with me. Huh? General Jida, Why is it you again? Didn't you ask me to lure the magical beasts to the north? Why are you here? Luo Tian asked with a serious face. Jida's face darkened as he scolded angrily. Who was it that said they were coming to the northern mountains? Who? Stand out. He was so angry that his hair was trembling, looking at the magical beasts pouncing towards him from the hillside. Jida gritted his teeth and roared, Attack! Rumble, 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 the hot weapons greeted him. 10 minutes later, ding, 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 another series of notifications rang out. Luo Tian had strengthened all of his skills, and his damage to the armor-piercing magical beasts had already reached its peak, increasing the damage by 50%. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing armor-piercing magical beast for obtaining 23,000 experience, 500 true chi, and 1 energy values. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing 500 armor-piercing magical beasts and obtaining the title Armor-Piercing Butcher. Damage to armor-piercing magical beasts has increased by 30%. Huh, I've obtained a title. Ha ha ha. Awesome. With the strengthening of the armor-piercing power and the bonus damage from the title, I should be able to break through the defense of the King of Armor on the mountain peak, right? Luo Tian looked at the incomparably huge pangolin on the mountain peak, shining with a golden light. If we explode it, it will definitely drop something good. From the beginning, Luo Tian was planning how to kill the King of Armor. With his current strength, he probably wouldn't even be able to break through his defense. The appearance of the armor-piercing power gave him a glimmer of hope. After killing the King of Armor, he would be able to enter the top of the mountain. That spirit treasure must be somewhere on the top of the mountain or in a cave. After killing that boss, he would level up as well, stepping into the cultivation realm. His strength would be completely different from his current strength. 2 hours later, finally, these armor-piercing magical beasts were cleaned up. Luo Tian volunteered again. General Jida, I'm going to open up a path. Before Luo Tian could walk out, Jida grabbed onto him. Both of his eyes were about to burst into tears and said, Luo, you're too tired. Rest for a while. Leave the matter of luring the monsters to someone else. No, all of us will open up a path together. There's no need for the vanguard to open up a path. Luo Tian scratched his head and said, General Jida, is it because I didn't do well enough? This time, I promise I won't lure them here. No, 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 you did very well. It's my fault. I shouldn't have put you in danger. Jida was really afraid. 3 waves of magical beast attacks, heavy casualties. If this continued, they wouldn't even be able to see that thing. He swore. He definitely couldn't let Luo Tian be the vanguard again. Moreover, he also swore that in the future, he would definitely not let the people from China War Zone be the vanguard. It was too uncomfortable. Chapter 1866. That's not good, is it? I promised to be the vanguard, so I will be the vanguard. What will the people in the other regions think of us? Luo Tian said seriously. He really wanted to be the vanguard. If there were 3 more waves, he could definitely level up. Jida immediately said, I can guarantee that no one in the other regions will say anything about you. At this time, all the leaders in the other regions nodded like chickens pecking at rice. Brother, please take a rest. It's our fault. You should take a rest. They were really afraid that Luo Tian would attract another wave of demonic beasts. They could not afford to lose. 3 waves of attacks had killed more than half of them. How could they continue? Luo Tian said in a serious tone, Since you guys are so sincere, then I'll reluctantly accept. I won't be the vanguard anymore. But if there's any vanguard cannon fodder job in the future, you must give it to me. For your war zone, I won't even frown. Phew! Jida was so touched that he almost cried. He said, Don't worry. Next time, if there is a mission like this, even if I go personally, I will not let you guys go. You guys are really too important. He was really afraid that Luo Tian would insist. Rest here. We will depart in half an hour, Jida ordered. He pulled Luo Tian and asked, "Where are your people?" Luo Tian replied, "That group of cowards. When they encountered the demonic beasts, they were so scared that they ran away. I don't know where they ran to. To be the vanguard, one must have the awareness to be the vanguard. They are not up to the task. Ran away." Jida frowned slightly. He was too lazy to care. He asked, "Luo, can you tell me about the pills? The most mysterious thing in China is pills. They are even more powerful than high-grade genospirit fluids. How do you make them?" "Ha ha ha." Luo Tian rolled his eyes, then he smiled and said, "General Kid, you're very bad. This kind of thing is a secret of our Huaxia. If I tell anyone about it, those old men will kill me. You want benefits?" Luo Tian said in his heart, "Let me see what good things you have on you." Jida immediately patted his chest and promised, "To say it, the North America region can provide you with an identity in our region and the best treatment. No one will dare to do anything to you. Plus, those old monsters in the China region are all busy cultivating in seclusion. They all want to become immortals and don't care about these things." He was right. This was one of the reasons why China was weak. It wasn't that there weren't any strong people in China. It was because these experts were all cultivating and wanted to become immortals and ascend. They didn't care about the affairs of the mortal world very much. Unless they appeared once in a life and death situation, they generally couldn't be found. Immortal ascension and eternal life were too tempting. Luo Tian was silent for a moment, then said, "It's not that I can't tell you, but—" Luo Tian smiled wretchedly. Jida said, "Whatever you want, just tell me. As long as I can do it, I will give it to you." The secret of the elixir was in the hands of China's higher-ups. This was something that the North America region had always wanted. However, no matter how they refined it, they failed. Their geno-elixirs couldn't fuse more elixirs together, and they couldn't infuse qi into the body and strengthen the body. For so many years, they had been trying to solve this problem, but they had never succeeded. If they could know this secret, they would definitely be promoted to general or even commander of a certain military region. Seeing Luo Tian's wretched smile, Jida laughed in his heart. "Greedy Chinese monkey, hee. Your liquid metal is not bad. How did you refine it?" Luo Tian asked directly. He knew very little about technology. If he could master it, he might be able to make some changes. The power of the biochemical warriors gave Luo Tian some new ideas. Jida was slightly shocked. He thought that Luo Tian wanted money, but he didn't expect him to ask for information about the biochemical warriors. He was stunned and said, "This is the North America region's secret. I can't tell you this, but I can buy it for 10 billion US dollars. How about that? TSK, do you think an alchemist like me would be interested in something as vulgar as USD?" Luo Tian immediately lost interest. Money was just a string of numbers to him. It had no use at all. Jida frowned. "Then what do you want?" Luo Tian said, "Since you don't want to give me the liquid metal refining technology, I won't force you. However, I need some liquid metal. These should be fine, right?" Jida laughed and said, "Luo, if only you had asked for these earlier. Tell me, how much do you need?" Liquid metal. These alone were useless. The key was how to implant the liquid metal into the human body. Luo Tian said, "Do you have it now?" Jida waved his hand, and a soldier carried a military box over. He placed it in front of Luo Tian and said, "This box contains everything." "Huh." Luo Tian was secretly shocked. He didn't expect Jida to have liquid metal with him. Could it be that they needed to change the liquid metal? He immediately opened the box and checked it. There were 10 bottles in the box. Each bottle had a number, and they weighed about 5 kilograms. "Luo, I've given you what you want. What about what I want?" Jida closed the box and looked at Luo Tian. "Wait." Luo Tian reached into his body and dug around. After about half a minute, he took out a pill the size of a fingernail and said, "This is a Jinqi pill. Take one and it will cause the Jinqi in your body to boil and quickly break through the shackles. It is an essential high-grade pill for cultivation. Ji-da looked at the black and swarthy pill in Luo Tian's hand. It even emitted a foul smell. He laughed and said, "Luo, are you trying to trick me? I'm not that easy to trick. This isn't a pill at all. It's something dirty on your body." "TSK." Luo Tian snorted and threw the pill into his mouth. He said with disdain, "If you don't believe me, then forget it." After Luo Tian took the pill, he deliberately released a strong Jinqi aura. His entire body was red, and a dense Jinqi was released, causing Jida, who was beside him, to be dumbfounded. Just now, he just wanted to blow up Luo Tian. He had indeed seen pills before, but there were too many types of pills, and he couldn't distinguish them at all. Immediately, Jida pulled Luo Tian and said, "Luo, I was wrong just now. Give me another one. Consider it the beginning of our transaction. What do you think?" "Humph. General Jida, if it weren't for your sincerity, I wouldn't have bothered with you." Luo Tian took out the dirty thing that he had just rubbed off his body and handed it over. This was the pill that Luo Tian had just rubbed off. As for the one just now, it was indeed a Jinqi Dan. Jida was wild with joy. He put the pill away properly and looked at Luo Tian, who was inspecting the liquid metal. He couldn't help but ask, "What do you want to do with this liquid metal?" "Play," Luo Tian replied with a smile, but he was secretly excited in his heart. "I want to forge a set of alloy equipment." "Thank you too," half crying, half laughing, sorrowful. 588 reward for 3 hits. "Thank you too," smile for hiding the sadness. "Son of Death? Miss not being able to return to the past. Fall in love with me? But green grass." Thank you all for the support of so many brothers. Chapter 1867. After resting for half an hour, the team set off again. This time, no one wanted Luo Tian to be the cannon fodder vanguard. Luo Tian was also happy to be free. Right now, all of his thoughts were on the liquid metal. This kind of liquid metal was currently the hardest metal in the world, and it also had the ability to recover itself. If it was used to forge weapons or something else, it would definitely be quite powerful. How do I create alloy equipment? All sorts of ideas appeared in Luo Tian's mind. In the crowd, Luo Tian took out a bottle of liquid metal and put a little on his palm. Looking at the liquid metal that was like a drop of water, even if it was a tank cannon, Luo Tian could not help but admire the power of American technology. Then, the idea moved. "Let's take a look at your structure first." When the idea fused with the liquid metal, Luo Tian sensed a very unfamiliar power. This power did not belong to any power of law. It was the power of modern technology. This kind of power could not be communicated with the idea. He thought to himself, how can liquid metal be turned into weapons and equipment? How can it be condensed? Air along the way. Luo Tian became silent and continued to think, to the point that Jida and the others did not even pay attention to the armored beasts in front of them. If he could create a set of powerful defensive equipment, then he would have a better chance of winning against the armored king. Suddenly, Luo Tian moved and thought to himself, use the true qi to control it and see what kind of changes will happen. In that instant, a trace of true qi surged out from Luo Tian's palm, and the true qi converged into the liquid metal. In that instant, crack! A violent sound rang out. Luo Tian threw his right hand behind his back, so as not to attract the attention of the people around him. At this time, no one noticed him either. They were all attacking the armored beasts that were pouncing on them. Luo Tian looked at it again and saw that the drop of liquid metal was firmly stuck to his palm, and it had directly become a part of his body. He could clearly feel that kind of thick, defensive power, and he couldn't feel any increase in weight. Can it be done by injecting true qi? True qi and liquid metal can have a chemical reaction, but after solidification, can it still have that kind of self-healing and strong defensive power? Luo Tian was puzzled. I have to do some experiments. While no one was paying attention, Luo Tian suddenly flashed and directly jumped into the forest. He then took out a bottle of liquid metal and poured some on the rock. True chi flowed in. Crack! It was like the sound of metal clashing. The liquid metal had solidified, and Luo Tian could still clearly sense the rich power within the metal. All right, now let's see how strong you are. Luo Tian's right fist moved, channeling the power of the earth as he punched out. Boom! His fist hurt. Under normal circumstances, the rock would have shattered into powder, but now there was not even a crack. Moreover, the liquid metal had sunken. After the bombardment force disappeared, it slowly returned to its original shape. F***CK. It's so abnormal. Luo Tian's face was full of astonishment. He said excitedly, "Now, it's too easy to fight with alloy equipment. With such a strong defensive power, even a master at the peak of cultivation would find it difficult to hurt me." Immediately, Luo Tian began to forge. Where's Luo? Jida kicked an armor-piercing demon beast away. He glanced at the crowd and found that Luo Tian had disappeared. He was still here just now. Jida frowned. Driver Firewood said, "Jida, he must still be on this island. The most important thing now is to find that thing, not that Chinese monkey. If you find that thing, you can turn this island upside down. You will definitely find him." "That's right. We can't delay the important matter because of him. General Jida, why don't you go and find him? Leave the rest to us." Jida laughed and said, "The important matter is more important. We'll be at the top of the mountain soon. How do we deal with that demon beast king? Concentrate your firepower and attack together. I have a suggestion. I think we should let a portion of us attract the attention of the armor-piercing king. Another portion will go to the top of the mountain. After getting that thing, we will immediately retreat." "That's a good suggestion. I suggest that the Japanese be in charge of attracting the attention of the armor-piercing king." I agree too. Without anyone from the China region, the Japanese region will have to attract the firepower. The leader of the Japanese laughed coldly. "We are not trash like the Chinese. You want us to be cannon fodder? No matter how good your plan is, the Japanese will definitely not be cannon fodder. General Jida, now that things have reached this stage, I think there is no need for our alliance." The Japanese leader moved his right hand and shouted, "Three dogs, listen up. Charge to the top of the mountain." "Yes, sir." As soon as he said that, the 3 soldiers from the Japanese war zone moved and formed hand seals as they roared out, "Earth escape!" So. The 3 of them disappeared. One could only hear the sound of something moving underground. The Japanese leader laughed coldly. "Ha ha ha! That thing belongs to the Japanese, ha ha ha!" Everyone's expression changed. Jida's eyes were filled with rage as he shouted, "Full speed ahead!" They definitely could not let the Japanese get ahead of them. That thing was too strong. With the existence of an ancient god artifact, whoever had it would be able to control Earth's resources and international status. At this moment, all the war zone leaders had their own plans. In another place, boom, kacha, boom, kacha, boom, kacha. The sound of metal clashing rang out. Luo Tian's body was like a robot. A layer of liquid metal solidified on his body. Furthermore, under his modification, this armor could be freely worn. The appearance of the equipment was exactly the same as Yasuo in his previous life. It was extremely heavy. Yamanaka's flame was filled with thick energy. "I'm still missing a tang blade." Luo Tian quickly began to forge. Using the refining techniques in the divine realm, in just a few minutes, a dazzling white tang blade was created. Luo Tian held it in his hand and felt that his strength was exploding. He shouted out excitedly, "Let's turn our backs on the gale!" He slashed out with his blade. Swish! The saber chi swept out and sent a leaf flying into the air. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for forging alloy set, for obtaining experience points, true chi points, and 1,000 points. 10,000 true chi reward. Then my true chi value has directly reached 15,000 points. That is to say, I can now use the immortal pressing method. Prepare for battle. Chapter 1868. The equipment was successfully forged. All the liquid metal was infused with true energy and solidified. Luo Tian's every step was accompanied by the sound of metal clashing. Moreover, there was no weight at all. In fact, his steps were much lighter. Let's find Lei and the others first. Luo Tian didn't go find Jida and the others. Instead, he went to find Lei Xiangdong and the others. They were almost at the top of the mountain. Jida and the others would definitely be blocked by the Armored King. Plus, they all had their own plans. They wouldn't be able to kill the Armored King in a short amount of time. I'll let you guys whittle down the Armored King's HP first. Luo Tian quickly rushed in another direction. He told Lei Xiangdong to hide from the beginning. 10 minutes later, Brother Tian is back. Skinny Monkey's senses had become much stronger. As someone who cultivated the hide formula, his senses had become very strong. Just like Luo Tian's thoughts, his body received very sensitive information. Everyone walked out of the cave. Seeing Luo Tian's equipment, Xian Yuanyo and Lei Xiangdong's eyes shone with golden light. They were drooling. Damn. Boss, what is this? It's so cool. It's so cool. Armor? What's the grade of the armor? It doesn't look like a spirit treasure. It looks like it was just forged. What kind of metal is it made of? Wow. If I had such a set to wear to school, wouldn't it be super cool? They were all stunned by the alloy armor on Luo Tian's body. Luo Tian said, Lao Mei's titanium was forged from liquid metal. I'll tell you how to forge it next time. All the battle zones are at the top of the mountain. We can't fall behind. Luo Tian immediately said, Xian Yuanyo, Lu Sueki, Lei Xiangdong, you guys are in a group. You guys should know more about that thing than us. Me, Zhuge Qing, and Skinny Monkey will be in a group. We'll be in the light. You guys will be in the dark. Remember, as long as I attack the King of Armor, all of you are to charge to the top of the mountain with all your might. However, please remember what I said. You must not touch that item. You must not touch it, Luo Tian reminded them. Little 8 wouldn't lie to him. Since that thing could be guarded by so many magic beasts, there could only be one reason. That thing was a sacred object of the sea. It couldn't be violated. Once it was touched, it would immediately arouse the wrath of the giant sea. At that time, this island might be destroyed. Lei Xiangdong nodded heavily and said, Okay, I'll remember it. But if we don't touch them, what about the people from other battle zones? They definitely won't care so much. What should we do then? Don't worry. They won't be able to reach the top of the mountain. All you need to do is to guard the mountain. Luo Tian's eyes revealed a cold, killing intent. It's time to let them know the power of the China region. Killing people to drop equipment. Spirit treasure explosion. These Americans, Japanese dogs, and Koreans all want to snatch the spirit treasure of Huaxia. Luo Tian was not around the last time they invaded Huaxia, and now they want to do it again. Then let them die here. Was the thing left behind by the ancestors something that anyone could snatch? Let's go. In another place. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A huge explosion sounded out. Heavy cannons continued to fire, exploding on the body of the incomparably huge King of Armor. However, it was completely useless and did not even cause any damage. Its defense was too strong. Hot weapons could not cause any damage. It was also at this time. The King of Armor shook violently. Boom! The entire demon island was trembling. The mountain collapsed and rocks rolled down. The 3 Japanese soldiers who tried to escape were directly sent flying out. The King of Armor's saw-like tail swept out and smashed the 3 of them into meat paste. The Japanese leader's face changed. Chai driver laughed coldly. It's useless to dig a hole. Don't you see that the king of armor is an expert at digging holes? To dig a hole in front of him, ha ha ha. You deserve to die. Baka! The Japanese leader roared in anger. Chai driver did not fall for it at all. His eyes turned sinister as a murderous gaze locked onto the Japanese leader. He took a step forward, and without waiting for the Japanese leader to react, he directly slapped him. Pa! A slap landed on his face. Chai driver said in disdain, If I hear you say baka again, I will twist your head off. F***CK. You dare to be arrogant in front of me. It was quite domineering. The Japanese leader's eyes were bloodshot and filled with anger. However, he really did not dare to lose his temper. He did not dare to offend these Chai drivers. Chai driver also had another title, Chai butcher. Jida walked up and smiled. It seems that we can only join forces again. Any objections? Chai driver laughed. General Jida, haven't we always been in the alliance? I suggest, let the people from the Japanese war zone go up. I agree. The Korean war zone also agrees. The European Union war zone agrees. The Japanese leader was fuming as he said in a low voice, Baka! Without waiting for him to finish, he immediately felt Chai driver's cold gaze. He immediately stopped, frowned, and said to his subordinates behind him. Then he smiled and said, Okay. Attack! The leader of the Japanese islands ordered. The warriors transformed into their ghost beast forms and charged forward. He attacked Pangolin King consecutively. Armor King was also furious and began to counterattack. According to the game, Armor Piercer King's aggro had been pulled. He charged towards the Japanese warriors. The Ghost Beast warriors immediately retreated and lured Armor King to Jida's direction. Damn it! Jida cursed. Why are they learning from the Chinese war zone? Oh my God, Armor King is here! Ha ha ha. The Japanese leader laughed. You want me to be your cannon fodder? Ha ha ha. Dream on. Jida hated Luo Tian to death. If it wasn't for Luo Tian, none of this would have happened. He ordered biochemical warriors attack with full force. Chai driver, we have to deal with this guy. Otherwise, none of us will be able to go up. Chai driver understood and said, Jida old fox, why aren't you taking out your trump card? Jida frowned and smiled playfully. Aren't you the same? Jack, go. Suddenly, a different-looking biochemical warrior charged out. He injected a strange liquid into his neck, and his body immediately changed. It crazily became thicker and bigger, and the power in his body could be seen with the naked eye. Damn, demon warrior! Chai driver's face darkened. This is the latest biochemical transformation liquid. Chapter 1869. Butcher Chai also gave the order. Behind him, a tall and sturdy man rushed out, all the muscles on his body bulging. In less than 3 seconds, his originally 2 meters tall body directly became 4 meters tall, turning into a giant. All the muscles on his body were like stone blocks sticking to his body. He was completely a stone man. Giant warrior. Jida's face also darkened. Butcher Chai, you really brought it. Ha ha ha. Old fox Jida, aren't you the same? Butcher Chai laughed and said, What are you waiting for? Attack together and destroy it. The people from the other war zones were completely dumbfounded. Their hearts were shaken. The appearance of the devil warriors and the giant warriors made them feel despair. The information they had collected didn't mention this. Now, it seemed that they had lost hope in competing for that thing. The giant warrior charged forward. A punch landed on the king of armor's body. The demon warrior's attack followed closely behind. The two of them attacked from the left and right. For a moment, the king of armor was forced to retreat. They were all at the peak of the cultivation realm. Whether it was strength, defense, or speed, they were all extremely powerful. Moreover, they were all modified people. Their painful nerves had been cut off, so they could not feel any pain at all. Ha ha ha, not bad. Jida stared at the giant warrior and said to a soldier beside him, "Gather all the information on the giant warrior. I never thought that in just 2 years, these Russian lunatics would actually be able to research it." Butcher Chai was also doing the same thing. He was also shocked. The people from the other war zones were also attacking with all their might. However, compared to the attacks of the demon warrior and the giant warrior, their strength was clearly too weak. In another place, Luo Tian had already rushed over with 5 people. When he saw the demon warrior and the giant warrior, his heart trembled. In the past, they were technological lunatics. I never thought that they would still be technological lunatics. They could even create such a powerful warrior. Lei Xiangdong's face turned ugly and said, "The difference between us is too great. The cultivators are stuck in their own ways, and they do not contribute to the country. Every expert is firmly guarding their own cultivation. How can the Chinese war zone be strong?" Cultivation was completely different from technology. Every cultivator had their own insights, which they would definitely not share with others. They all wanted to cultivate and ascend and obtain eternal life. They had done very little to contribute to China. This was what Lei Xiangdong hated the most. "Brother Tian, what should we do now?" Skinny Monkey-like asked. "Armor King is at a disadvantage. It won't be long before he's killed. Are we not going to make a move?" Luo Tian said in a low voice, "Don't worry, the armor-piercing king won't die so easily. It's a boss. How could the boss die so easily?" Furthermore, Luo Tian could clearly see the armor-piercing king's HP. Everyone lowered their bodies and waited quietly. Half an hour later, Luo Tian's eyes lit up with excitement. Staring at the armor-piercer king's last 5% health, he said, "The show is about to start. The climax is coming." Before he could finish his sentence, armor-piercing king's body suddenly glowed with a bright red light as he roared towards the sky. Roar, immediately after. His strength, defense, and speed had increased exponentially. With a swing of its tail, the giant warrior was sent flying several hundred meters away. It was like a completely different magical beast. Lu Sweki stared at Luo Tian in shock and asked, "How do you know?" Luo Tian was too mysterious. It was as if he knew everything, could teach them how to cultivate, had pills on him, and had created a set of liquid alloy equipment. Now he even knew how magical beasts would change. Was he still human? Who exactly was Luo Tian? Lu Sweki kept thinking about it. But the more he stayed with Luo Tian, the more he realized that he was too mysterious, completely unable to see through him. Luo Tian stared at the armor-piercing king, who was in a berserk state, and said with a smile, "If you kill tens of millions or hundreds of millions of demon beasts, you will know all the habits of magical beasts." This was all common sense. It was just that no one on Earth knew about it yet. Retreat, retreat. The magical beasts have gone crazy. Run. The line of defense was broken apart. The giant warrior was seriously injured and one of his arms was broken. However, he still rushed forward without hesitation because he could not feel any pain. The demon warrior was about the same. Moreover, what Jida was even more worried about was about to happen. His eyes darkened as he looked at the other 2 biochemical warrior beside him who were ready to attack. "Jack's time is almost up. You guys get ready." This kind of gene fluid had a time limit. Once the time passed, it would become a crippled body and it would take a lot of time to recover. Originally, the duration of this medicine was 1 hour, but in this kind of situation where one's physical strength was exhausted, it simply could not last that long. Rumble, rumble, under the berserk state. The armor-piercing king ran amok, continuously releasing powerful attacks. The line of defense was broken apart, and the scene was chaotic as they frantically fled. Jida continued to command. However, at this time no one listened to him. "Brother Tian, we..." Skinny Monkey turned around to look at Luo Tian, only to discover that Luo Tian had already disappeared, and asked doubtfully, "Where's Brother Tian?" Everyone reacted. They were too engrossed in watching just now and did not notice that Luo Tian had already disappeared. Suddenly, Zhu Geqing pointed to a place and said, "Look, where is he?" Pucci, Ghost Beast Warrior, go to hell. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Ghost Beast Warrior for obtaining 10 experience, 100 true chi, and 10 energy values. Korean Stick, go to hell. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing. You're so arrogant, aren't you? Die for me as well. Ding. At an unknown time, Luo Tian appeared in front of them and killed all the people who were running away the fastest. He did not show any mercy at all and killed everyone he saw. Suddenly, Ji discovered Luo Tian and the liquid alloy armor on his body. His face darkened as he shouted angrily, "Luo, what are you doing?" "Ha ha, the fate of those who laugh at my China is death. All of you must die." His killing intent exploded. In the space-time crack in Luo Tian's original body's sea of consciousness, the god-killing god's divine deity began to tremble violently. The killing intent on Luo Tian's body became even more intense. While speaking, Luo Tian raised his blade and slashed down, directly splitting a biochemical warrior into 2 halves. The liquid metal on the biochemical warrior's body flowed out, wanting to recover, but that person was already dead. There was no time to recover. Ji roared in anger, "Ah! Ah! Ah! Kill him! Kill him!" Crack! Crack! The 2 biochemical warrior were injected with the devil's spirit liquid. He instantly turned into a demon warrior. He immediately pounced towards Luo Tian. The corner of Luo Tian's mouth drew back and said, "Let's see if your defense is strong, or if my attack is strong, kill." Thanks to Lao Zijian will definitely be glorious, seeing Debao every day, confused and realistic, falling in love with me? But the green grass, the small mood support. Thank you, brothers, for your rewards. Brothers with recommendation tickets. Please help me out, thank you. Chapter 1870. Those who offend my China, no matter how far away they are, will be killed. I will let you know what a demon is. Luo Tian bellowed. For some reason, his sea of consciousness began to churn, and a strong killing intent seemed to have come from another time and space. It was as if the divine deity of the god of slaughter was boiling, and at this moment, there was only killing in his heart. Kill without caring about the consequences. Facing the pincer attack of the 2 demon warriors, Luo Tian was not afraid in the slightest. Instead, he was excited, and the alloy tang blade in his hand fell to the ground, causing sparks to fly in all directions. He clenched his right fist. Buzz! A dazzling white blade chi erupted from the tang blade. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! A loud sound came from Luo Tian's body, and an incomparably strong blade intent awakened in his body. Kill! He moved his feet. Like lightning, the man moved, the blade broke. Crack! The demon warrior was cut in half with a single slash. Without any time to recover, liquid metal continuously flowed out of his body, desperately trying to recover. However, it was already too late, and all of his internal organs were cut into pieces. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Demon Warrior for obtaining an experience point, true chi values 600, energy values 10. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Devil Gene Fluid and releasing it. Exchange points. This kind of thing completely releases a person's potential in advance, just like releasing a person's profound chi. Once the medicine's power ends, the person will be more or less done. Luo Tian disdainfully said, and directly exchanged it for points. At this moment, the other demon warrior punched forward. Bam! It directly hit Luo Tian's left waist. Luo Tian was sent flying. However, the alloy equipment caved in and then automatically recovered. The damage Luo Tian received was almost zero. Kid was dumbfounded. Liquid metal can be made into defensive armor, and it has the same function as the liquid metal injected into the human body? This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. We haven't even developed it yet. How did he do it? It's absolutely impossible. Kid's eyes trembled, his expression incomparably shocked. Luo Tian sneered and said, I said it before, I will be your demon. Shua. Activating expeditious steps, his body shuttled back and forth. The saber rose. Heads rolled. The other demon warrior had been killed. Ji declenched his fists and looked extremely angry. Luo Tian, you damn Chinese monkey, I will make you pay. Price. This is the territory of Huaxia. Anyone who dares to offend our country will be killed. As soon as Luo Tian's voice fell, he used expeditious steps. Every step he took was filled with killing intent, and every step he took reaped a life. Crack! Ah! Crack! Ah! In just 1 second, 5 people were killed. None of the people who rushed down were able to escape. They were all killed. Luo Tian had said that. All of them must die. Rumble. Too arrogant. A warrior from the European theater of operations suddenly transformed into a 3-meter-tall werewolf. His claws were as sharp as knives as he pounced down from the sky. His throat let out a ferocious roar. He moved his fangs and bit down on Luo Tian's neck. Luo Tian smiled slightly. Werewolf. Even if your ancestors come out, they must die. His right palm moved. It directly reached into the air and covered the scorching sun. His 5 fingers grasped, and a surge of scorching sun energy was absorbed from his palm. The moment the werewolf pounced down, Luo Tian rushed out with his palm. Sky-burning palm. Bang! A palm print with 5 fingers directly penetrated the werewolf's body. Puff! Blood spurted out from his mouth. The werewolf looked at his abdomen, and his eyes were trembling. Impossible, impossible. My defense is stronger than the demon warrior. You can't hurt me. Is the demon warrior very strong? Luo Tian moved his finger and pushed the werewolf to the ground. He stepped on his head and laughed disdainfully. Werewolves from the European theater of operations. Bah! Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Ah, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A mournful roar rang out. The hunter from the European theater of operations suddenly turned into a vampire. His 2 fangs flashed with a cold light as he let out a hissing and mournful cry. He rushed towards Luo Tian at an extremely fast speed, almost to the point of being invisible. Brat, you're too arrogant. Die. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. In an instant he landed in front of Luo Tian, and his mouth was suddenly filled with all kinds of serrated teeth. Mutated vampire. Vampires are very strong. I'll let you know the ancient martial arts of China. Immortal pressing method. Come out. Swish! Luo Tian moved and released the immortal pressing method. The value of the true qi immediately decreased by 10,000 points, and at this moment, it was as if the mutated vampire had seen his ancestor. He was so scared that his legs went soft, and he couldn't control his fear at all. He was deeply crushed by the aura on Luo Tian's body. Nothing could be done. Immortal pressing method was an evil cultivation technique. Cultivating to a certain extent was an existence that was completely immortal. Moreover, at the same time that he was using this cultivation technique, an incomparably evil aura would appear on Luo Tian's body, completely crushing all evil powers. Vampires were evil creatures, but in front of the immortal pressing method, the evil aura on his body was completely child's play. Luo Tian grabbed the vampire's head and moved his 5 fingers. Explode for me! Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. His head was crushed by the claw. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing mutated vampire for obtaining an experience point. True Chi 1000 points. Energy values 10 points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining vampire blood vein and releasing it? Fuse my hammer. Take it back and exchange it for points. Vampire blood vein. Bat blood vein. Compared to Lin Yu's bloodline, the vampires on Earth were too weak. They were not on the same level at all. The vampire's body turned into a pile of ashes. Luo Tian laughed coldly. Who else is there? Didn't the Japanese shout happily just now? Isn't the ghost beast warrior very awesome? Isn't the 5 elements escape method very powerful? Come, let me have a taste of it. Luo Tian, an existence like the god of slaughter. They were all dumbfounded. It was too terrifying. Just as Luo Tian had said, it was a complete nightmare. Luo Tian was a complete demon. Hiding in the dark, Lei Xiangdong and the others. He was completely stupid. Luo Tian did not kill a single person. But Lei Xiangdong could not help but say excitedly, "Awesome! Awesome! Awesome! This is 2F king awesome! It's been a long time since the Chinese war zone has vented their anger like this. Ha ha ha! This is really great. So what if it's old May's biochemical warrior? So what if it's a werewolf or a vampire in Europe? So what if it's the Japanese's ninjutsu? In front of Luo Tian, these are all trash, ha ha ha." Lei Xiangdong laughed from ear to ear, because it was too great. Although he didn't kill it with his own hands, it was still satisfying. However, it wasn't over yet. Chapter 1871. If you want to kill, then kill them all. Moreover, these people dared to be cocky in China's territory and even dared to steal China's treasures. There was only one outcome, death. From the very beginning, Luo Tian had no intention of letting them go. Now, with the intention to kill, the god of killing's divine deity moved, and Luo Tian was even more unwilling to let him go. Kill. 5 elements ninjutsu. Earth release. Disappear. In that instant, a few ghost beast warriors immediately went underground. 5 elements ninjutsu would release. 5 elements ninjutsu water release. In that instant, the ghost beast warriors of the Japanese war zone all moved and disappeared one by one. Chinamen, enjoy the power of the 5 elements escape technique. Ha ha ha. The leader of the Japanese war zone laughed complacently and said, "The North American war zone has the devil warrior, the giant warrior, and our Japanese war zone also has our trump card. 5 spirits escape technique. A transformed 5 elements formation. Brat, you can enjoy the power of the 5 elements in the formation." He laughed very happily, because in his opinion, Luo Tian was already dead. No one in the 5 elements formation could survive, and he believed that Luo Tian wouldn't be able to survive either. How could someone who hadn't even reached the cultivation realm survive? 5 elements escape technique. Pucci. Luo Tian couldn't help but laugh. He stared at the leader of the Japanese war zone and laughed. "You're very arrogant." The leader of the Japanese war zone laughed complacently. "We, the Japanese, are the best race in the world, and will become the overlord of the earth." In that instant, his expression suddenly changed, because Luo Tian's figure had disappeared. He had completely disappeared into thin air. After this moment, his throat felt a slight pain like an ant biting him. He didn't feel any discomfort, but his body slowly turned cold. The god of death was rewarding him. A cold voice came from behind him. "A dead dog's race still wants to dominate the earth. Now, please continue to be arrogant and proud." The Japanese war zone leader opened his mouth to speak, but at that moment, blood spurted out from his throat. His head swayed, and he fell to the ground. He rolled on the ground and stared at Luo Tian. "Stare my ass." Luo Tian stomped down viciously, directly crushing it. Pop! Ding! "Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing," a notification sounded. Luo Tian didn't stop. Instead, he moved back to his original position and sneered, "I'll let you know what the 5 spirits array is." He frowned. He spread out his arms, opened his fingers, and closed his eyes. At this moment, Luo Tian's consciousness fused into the void of time, fused with the power of wood, fused with the power of metal, the power of fire, the power of water, the power of earth. He could sense the power of the 5 elements, and in an instant, they fused with his consciousness. This was the power of laws of the God King Godhead. Although Luo Tian didn't comprehend the power of the 5 elements, he had the power of 4 Godhead. This power was restricted by the origin energy in the God realm, but on Earth it was his origin plane. He was still unable to obtain the origin energy, but Earth was the origin to him. Shwa! Rumble. Luo Tian clenched his fists. Chinaman, die. Die for me. 5 Japanese soldiers rushed out from 5 different directions. The power of the 5 elements combined to form a net of energy, covering Luo Tian. Humph! Luo Tian grinned, and his eyes opened slightly, becoming sinister. Power of the 5 elements, explode for me! His right arm exerted strength. He clenched his fists again. Bam! Bang, 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 bang. 5 consecutive explosions rang out. The 5 ghost beast warriors instantly exploded, engulfed by the power of the 5 elements, and directly self-destructed. Ding, ding, ding. 5 consecutive sounds rang out. 5 elements formation? Bullshit! Luo Tian laughed disdainfully. The power of the 5 elements was created by our Chinese ancestor. A small island country dares to be cocky in front of our ancestor. Cocky your sister! When he was in the profound sky continent, Luo Tian had already grasped the power of the 5 elements. On Earth, he dared to say that no one was stronger than him in terms of mastery of the power of the 5 elements. Moreover, Luo Tian also realized that his power had a mysterious connection with the original body in the time and space crack, because when he was comprehending the power of the law, he could feel the power of the divine deity trembling, and the power of the God King, Godhead, passing through time and space and entering his body. This feeling was very subtle. It made him unable to control it, as if it did not belong to him. However, Luo Tian was very clear in his heart that there was a strong connection between him and the original body in the time and space crack. It was not the power of the system, but his own power. Could it be? Is my power slowly awakening? Luo Tian's heart trembled. The power of the God killing God King Godhead, the power of the God King Sin God King Godhead, and the power of the 5 elements that he had just released, the alchemy technique, and the various comprehensions of the refining technique seemed to be self-taught. Now Luo Tian suddenly realized, this body had a strong connection with the original body. If all of my power awakens on Earth, then, holy sh*T, wouldn't that sweep through everything? No matter what, I have to find the source energy. First, this thing is the key to killing the Supreme Divine King. Only by fusing the 4 Divine King Godhead together and comprehending a new power of law can I cause destructive damage to the Supreme Divine King. Luo Tian secretly thought. Lei Xiangdong almost jumped up and applauded. Skinny Monkey, Xian Yuanyo, and the others were also boiling with excitement. Luo Tian was really too strong, an invincible existence. Kid and Driver Chai were also dumbfounded. Damn it, is this guy really a level 9 warrior? Why do I feel like the ancestors of China have come out of seclusion? Holy sh*T. The lunatics of China are too terrifying. Run. At this moment, in their hearts, Luo Tian was a devil, a nightmare for them. They didn't want to stay for even a second longer. If they stayed for even a second longer, they would feel the chill of death. Luo, we are still friends. The North American war zone and China war zone have always been allies. We are brotherly allies. Kid smiled and tried to curry favor with him. Luo Tian laughed and said, Now you're talking about allies? Who aren't you allies with? F***CK. I can't stand your hypocrisy the most. None of you can escape. All of you will die here. Luo Tian sneered. A new round of killing began. There were less than 20 people left. It was also at this time. A warrior blasted down from the top of the mountain. The king of armor was still in a frenzy. Moreover, it had already gone mad to the extreme, killing everyone it saw. It was already not far from Luo Tian. Chapter 1872. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. With a swing of the king of armor's tail, a tree was cut in half. Its entire body was suffused with a blood-red light, and its fury had reached its peak. What should we do? It's getting closer and closer to us. Skinny Monkey's palms were drenched in cold sweat. Their position was in front of Luo Tian. If the king of armor continued to sweep around like this, he would definitely discover them. And now, Luo Tian was crazily killing Old May, Japan, Korea, Russia, and the people from the African theater. His killing intent was raging, and Luo Tian was completely immersed in the world of killing, not noticing the dangerous situation Zhuge Qing and the others were in. No way! Skinny Monkey suddenly jumped out and quickly rushed to the side of the king of armor. He shouted at the king of armor, "Grandson, Grandpa is here!" Huh. Ah, what is he doing? He's crazy. It was also at this time. The Shenyuan cow also rushed out, followed closely by Zhuge Qing. Lei Xiangdong looked at the three of them, so shocked that he couldn't say a word. Don't they know what they are facing? That's a king of armor, a terrifying magical beast at the peak of the first step of cultivation. Junior's sister, not waiting for him to finish, Lu Sueki, also quickly ran out. Lei Xiangdong clenched his fists and said, "All right, since you guys want to go crazy, then I'll accompany you guys for a while." He originally wanted to bring Skinny Monkey and the others around the angry king of armor and rush to the top of the mountain, but it was impossible now. Skinny Monkey's idea was very simple. He wanted to block the king of armor and buy more time for Luo Tian. Nothing was more important than Luo Tian, even that peerless spirit treasure. How do we fight? The Shenyuan cow looked at Skinny Monkey and asked. Skinny Monkey grinned and said, "Old cow, it's time to test the results of our cultivation." Then, releasing the dodge technique, Skinny Monkey rushed towards the king of armor and said to the Shenyuan cow and the others, "I'll be in charge of attracting his attention. You guys find an opportunity to attack. The magical beast's eyes and chrysanthemum are both weak points. You guys attack their weak points." Holy **T. Do you want me to stab its chrysanthemum? The Shenyuan cow disdainfully. However, for a magical beast with heaven-defying defense like the king of armor, its only weaknesses were its eyes and anus. The rest of its body was covered by a thick layer of armor. It was impossible to break through its defense. Bang! The armor-piercing king's powerful strength trembled as it locked onto the Skinny Monkey and swept its tail down. Dodge! Skinny Monkey's body was like a phantom as he cleverly dodged the attack. His back was drenched in cold sweat. Mother ***, you really scared me to death. Before he could react, Armor-Piercing King launched another attack. I'll dodge again. You didn't hit me again. Skinny Monkey laughed contemptuously and said to Armored King, "Grandson, hit Grandpa, hit Grandpa, hit Grandpa. You can't hit me, right? You can't hit me, right?" Ha ha ha! The evasion formula required agility. Skinny Monkey's body was small and thin. Just like his name, he was like a monkey spirit, jumping around Armor King's body. Armor King's tail couldn't hurt him at all. Lei Xiangdong looked at the Skinny Monkey who was jumping around in surprise and muttered, "You can do this!" "I can't hit him at all. What kind of cultivation technique is this? How did you cultivate it?" Xian Yuanyo was also excited. "Monkey, not bad. You've already cultivated it to the point where you can enter an unstoppable state." Zhuge Qing teased, "If this was in school, many girls would scream for you. ***CK. Old Nyo, what are you waiting for? Why aren't you attacking? Lazy, what are you laughing at? Hurry up and attack. I can't hold on any longer. Skinny Monkey saw that everyone was standing still and couldn't help but shout. Although he could cleverly dodge the attack every time, he was still very afraid. If he was hit, he would lose his life. I'm coming. Xian Yuan Yo took a step forward, causing the ground to shake. Boom! 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 Like a rhinoceros, he rushed to the back of armor-piercing King 2 or 3 steps and shouted to Skinny Monkey, Monkey! Skinny Monkey smiled excitedly. Understood. Grandson. Come on, kill lousy. Come on, you trash, ha ha ha. Armor-piercing King's continuous attacks did not hit Skinny Monkey, causing him to become even angrier. He raised his huge tail, and like a long whip, he smashed it down towards Skinny Monkey's head, sealing off all of Skinny Monkey's escape routes. At this moment, looking at the huge chrysanthemum above his head, Xian Yuan Yo's right arm sank. At this time, he couldn't care less and thought to himself, if you really are a demon, then explode with all of your demon's power. Boom! His right arm became thick and sturdy. His muscles expanded as if they were exploding. He clenched his fist, and his entire arm emitted power stripes. Xian Yuan Yo leaped up, punched towards the sky, and roared, Explosive punch! He aimed at armor-piercing King's chrysanthemum and punched. At the same time, Zhu Geqing's feet moved, and a Taiji Chi pattern rose from beneath his feet, continuously moving in the air as if he could fly. The moment Xian Yuan Yo punched out, Zhu Geqing thrusted his sword down. Taiji sword art. Shua shua. Lei Xiangdong and Lu Sueki were dumbfounded. They had been in contact with Zhu Geqing and the other two for a period of time and knew that they were all 9th level warriors. They didn't know that they were so powerful, and the 3 of them cooperated perfectly. Lei Xiangdong was so shocked that he couldn't speak, and said, They're really too strong. Lu Sueki followed and said, It would be great if you could join our special forces. Lei Xiangdong looked at Luo Tian in the distance, clenched his fists, and said, It must be because of him. I'm shamelessly following him now. Even if he wants me to be his lackey, I'm willing. I'm going all out. Without a doubt, all of this was taught by Luo Tian. Lu Sueki said, You're a colonel. What's wrong with the colonel? In front of him, I'm not even a soldier. Lei Xiangdong had already decided that he would not return to the special forces. He would follow Luo Tian. He had to follow Luo Tian. Even if he had to be shameless, he had to follow Luo Tian. Boom! Boom! The attacks of Zhu Geqing and Xian Yuan Ox landed. Woo! 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 The King of Armor was scared out of his wits. Blood spurted out of his chrysanthemum as he screamed in pain. At this moment, the red light on his body became dazzling, and his body curled up into a ball. In the distance, Luo Tian's eyes were shocked. Oh no, the boss is going to use his ultimate move. Immediately, he did not care about chasing after the battered and exhausted Jita, and directly rushed towards Zhu Geqing and the others, shouting loudly, Run, run! Too late! Thank you! Spirit of Faith! F*CKU. Green grass, do you fell in love with me? But, young, although the rose is beautiful, carat v carat, heartless, loveless, nor painful, nor crying, a small mood. Thank you so many brothers for your support. Thank you all. Thank you. There's something wrong with the old cow's eyes. I'll go to the hospital for a checkup soon. Good night, everyone. Chapter 1873. The King of Armor used his ultimate move. His body curled up. He turned into a huge gear that wrapped around his entire body. His body bounced, and he leaped into the air. Boom! It was like the sound of an engine roaring. It crashed down heavily. Oh no! Skinny Monkey's expression darkened. He looked at Zhu Geqing and Xian Yuan Yo, gritted his teeth, and shouted, You two run, I'll hold him back. Monkey, can you do it? Xian Yuan Yo asked. Skinny Monkey grinned and said, I'm the reincarnation of Sun Wukong. What can't I do? Just watch. Can. He wasn't confident at all. But at this time, if he didn't stand up to block, Xian Yuanniu and Zhuge Qing would be in danger. He wasn't as strong as them, but in terms of dodging, he was confident that he was better than them. His advantage was speed. Xian Yuanniu and Zhuge Qing looked at each other and quickly jumped away. Xian Yuanniu said, "Monkey, it's up to you." Zhuge Qing said worriedly, "Be careful." Hee hee. Skinny Monkey grinned and roared at the King of Armor who was descending from the sky. "Grandson, come and bite me!" Boom! It landed heavily. And at this moment, the difference between the King of Armor and other magical beasts was that it had thousands of sharp thorns on its body. Swish, swish, swish! They shot down like arrows. Skinny Monkey dodged frantically, dodging several sharp, poisonous stingers in a row. However, he was only a 9th-level warrior after all, while the King of Armor was at the peak of the cultivation realm. His powerful demonic beast aura crushed down. Poochie! A poisonous thorn pierced through Skinny Monkey's thigh and nailed him to the ground. Ah! Skinny Monkey cried out in pain and looked up at the King of Armor falling down. The sharp sawtooth armor rolled. If he fell like this, he would definitely die. "I'm going to die. Ha ha ha. I'm going to die." Skinny Monkey didn't know why, but his eyes were extremely determined at this time. He didn't have the cowardly expression from before. He looked at the King of Armor in the sky and shouted excitedly, "Come! Kill me! Monkey!" Xian Yuanniu rushed back. Zhuge Qing was the same. They didn't expect Pangolin King to use Poison Stinger, and now they knew that Skinny Monkey had sacrificed himself to protect them. He had known that he would die a long time ago. "Don't come over," Skinny Monkey shouted. "Old Bull, you have more potential than me. You can help Brother Tian go further. Sister Qing, my brother Tian is the most handsome man in the world. You must marry him. Ha ha ha. Come on." Right at this moment, Skinny Monkey-like took out a series of special grenades that were hanging on his body. He laughed sinisterly and said, "Let's see if you're stronger or if I'm stronger. Ha ha ha." He laughed maniacally. He had never thought that he could be so arrogant. He had never thought that he could be so eye-catching. It was just that this was not a school. Otherwise, he would definitely attract a lot of pretty girls. Skinny Monkey looked up to the sky and shouted, "Brother Tian, I'll be your brother again in my next life." Ah, his finger moved. He was about to pull the tab. In an instant, a voice rang out. "Did I say you were going to die? Even the King of Hell has no right to take my brother's life." As soon as his voice faded, Luo Tian stood in front of Skinny Monkey and gloomily stared at the King of Armor descending from the sky. His brows furrowed and he roared, "Die!" Buzz! The idea moved. With a deep voice, an incomparably powerful aura erupted from Luo Tian's body. A visible shockwave appeared in the air around him, directly rushing into King of Armor's sea of consciousness. "Woo! Woo! Woo!" King of Armor screamed in pain. It came crashing down even more crazily. "You're courting death." Luo Tian let out a cold snort, spread out his arms, and heavily blocked the attack. Rumble! 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 Armor-piercing King's spinning body pressed down on Luo Tian, but Luo Tian blocked it with his 2 hands. The sawtooth continued to cut into his chest, and his alloy equipment emitted sparks. At the same time, he was rapidly recovering. Ah! Luo Tian's feet sank into the ground, but his body didn't retreat half a step. His 2 gloomy eyes stared at King of Armor like a demon, and he roared, "Is that all you have? Is that all you have?" Ah! Suddenly, Luo Tian's right arm sank, his 5 fingers clenched into a fist, and he punched out. Bang! A scale fell down. "Is that all you have?" Bang! Another punch landed, and another piece of scale fell off. Bang! Bang! "Is that all you have?" The voice was like thunder. Everyone around was dumbfounded. Even General Kid and Butcher Chai, who were running away just now, couldn't help but stop. "Madman! He's completely a madman! Damn it!" "He's simply a demon, A 9th-level warrior's cultivation actually blocked a king beast at the peak of the first stage of cultivation. Is he still human? What kind of power is supporting him? It's too terrifying. General, let's run. If we're discovered by him, we won't be able to escape. Run, run. Let's get out of here, quickly. I don't want to come to the territory of the Huaxia region ever again. I won't come here again in my life. He's a madman, a demon. Kid's heart was already traumatized. Lei Xiangdong and Lu Sueki were stunned. They couldn't understand at all. Luo Tian was like a mystery. Zhu Geqing and Xian Yuanyo laughed excitedly. Ha ha ha, boss is too awesome. Lei Xiangdong muttered. Junior sister, are those old monsters in seclusion so abnormal? Is he still human? At the same time, in his heart, he was even more determined to follow Luo Tian. Even if he had to serve as a servant, he was willing to do so. Lu Sueki laughed. Senior brother, do you think he'll accept disciples? I want to be his disciple. Ah, bang, bang. A scale with a punch, a scale with a punch, a scale with a punch. The scales on the King of Armor's body were all pulled out by Luo Tian, leaving behind only a bloody body. The speed of its rotation had changed from a supercar to a tractor, and it could no longer rotate. At this moment, Luo Tian's idea moved. You don't have any strength left, right? Now it's my turn. For so long, Luo Tian had been defending and counterattacking. Now he was going to make his move. The Tang blade moved. Wang, Luo Tian's body sank, and he kicked the King of Armor's body, sending it flying into the air. One with the blade. Hurricane slash. His body swayed. He directly attacked into the air, and the arrogant and domineering blade energy slashed down. Explode for me! Chapter 1874. The scene was just like Yasuo's big move. Hurricane blade chi. Tang saber demon slash. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Asterisk, the armor-piercing king's body stayed in the air for a second, and Luo Tian had already slashed out 108 times. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. His body exploded. At this moment, the system beep sounded. Luo Tian's mind moved. Release Berserk. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Armor-Piercing King, for obtaining 1 experience point, true chi point, and energy values point. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Armor-Piercing Heart. Do you wish to strengthen it? Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the divine object Qilin Blood. Do you wish to fuse it? Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining 9 Yang Divine Art. Do you wish to cultivate it? Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Great Desolate Power. Do you wish to fuse it? Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Current level, Stage 1 Cultivation. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for reaching the cultivation realm. You have received a special gift pack reward. Do you wish to check? A gift box appeared in Luo Tian's mind. With a thought, he clicked on it. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Immortal Cultivation Cave, Level 1. It can help the group of players quickly recover true chi, cultivate skills, comprehend martial skills, refine pills, refine artifacts, inscribe formations. Double the success rate. Do you wish to enter the cave? I wiped it off. Isn't this too awesome? Looking at the large wave of divine items, Luo Tian was a little unable to react. Qilin Blood, divine object. Those who fuse with it can obtain the power of Qilin. 9 Yang divine art. Cultivators could possess the 9 Yang holy body, the power of the great desolate land, the power to open the door to the great desolate land. Cultivators could cause a primordial strike. These were all super items that could only be found by chance. Moreover, Luo Tian could guarantee that these things didn't exist on Earth. Phew! Luo Tian exhaled and thought to himself, These things are not very useful to me. What I need is the origin energy. The Qilin's blood is useless. My original body has the bloodline of the 4 divine beasts. The Great Desolation Force? Not really. I've heard of this name in a TV series before, but it's a woman's cultivation. 9 Yang Divine Art? 9 Yang Saint Body, my power is awakening. The body of a divine king is much stronger than the 9 Yang Saint Body. Every one of them was good stuff, but Luo Tian wasn't interested at all. He could feel his strength gradually awakening, but these things were nothing to him. At this moment, Brother Tian, can you not be so awesome? You're almost blinding me. The skinny monkey was still in a state of shock. He was standing closest to Luo Tian, and he could clearly feel the power that had erupted from his body. It was simply a heaven-defying existence. Xian Yuanyo and Zhu Geqing also hurried over. Xian Yuanyo smiled. Boss, I really admire you. Zhu Geqing, on the other hand, asked with concern, Are you all right? The alloy equipment on Luo Tian's chest had already cracked a little and was unable to recover. After all, the King of Armor was a magical beast at the peak of the first level of cultivation. Its strength was extremely strong, so it was normal for it to be able to tear apart the alloy equipment. However, Luo Tian only needed some liquid metal to recover. He smiled faintly and said, I'm fine. Perfect. Luo Tian had an idea and said, All of you are here, I want some things from you. These things were of no use to him, but to the skinny monkey and the others, they were rare treasures. Old cow, this is yours. A drop of blood essence floated above Luo Tian's palm and said, This drop of blood essence contains an extremely strong power. You must make good use of it. Whether or not it fuses with your right arm, you decide. The moment the drop of blood essence was taken out, Xian Yuanyo's right arm began to tremble uncontrollably. Xian Yuanyo did not know what that drop of blood essence was, but he could clearly feel that the power in his right arm was trembling, as if it was afraid but also excited. It could be seen that this drop of blood essence was extremely powerful. Thank you, boss, Xian Yuanyo said heavily. Skinny monkey, this is yours. Luo Tian moved his finger and directly placed it between his eyebrows. He directly sent the imprint of the 9 Yang Divine Art into the skinny monkey's mind, and the idea sent a sound transmission. If you cultivate to large success, you can obtain the 9 Yang Holy Body. Cultivate well. Skinny monkey's eyes widened in shock. He opened his eyes and felt the power of the 9 Yang Divine Art. He was extremely excited and said, Thank you, Brother Tian. Then, Luo Tian looked at Zhu Geqing and smiled. He made a hand seal and pressed it on Zhu Geqing's palm. He transmitted his thoughts to her and said, This is a primitive force, the key to opening the gate to the primitive world. Once the pellet explodes, it will have unparalleled power. You must control it well. Buzz. A power imprint pierced into Zhu Geqing's mind. The power of the Great Desolation entered her body. Zhu Geqing could clearly feel the strength of that power and said with a shocked expression, The power is too strong. I'm worried that I won't be able to control it. How about? Luo Tian laughed. Don't be afraid. I'll take care of everything. Zhu Geqing's feet were flushed red as she softly acknowledged. She lowered her head like a little woman and revealed a happy smile. Lei Xiangdong and Lu Sueki walked up. The two of them were extremely envious of Zhu Geqing and the others. Luo Tian laughed. I'll give you guys something good next time. These few things are more suitable for them. Lei Xiangdong grinned. Brother, do you accept any underlings? I can do anything. Lu Sueki also said, Do you accept any disciples? You guys are from the military. Luo Tian was stunned. Lei Xiangdong said, The military is nothing. I can learn a lot from you. Please, let me follow you. I promise to serve you tea, be a cow or a horse. I can do anything. Let the military go to hell. He was truly convinced by Luo Tian now, sincerely impressed, and he felt that Luo Tian was his lighthouse. Lu Sweki immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Disciple greets master! Huh. Luo Tian was caught off guard and said, That's not very good, is it? Master, if you don't agree, disciple won't get up. Lu Sweki was also shameless. Moreover, in her heart, she was extremely envious of Zhugeqing. At this moment, a ray of divine light shot into the sky from the top of the mountain. The sky suddenly sank, and the black clouds in the sky rotated, forming a huge vortex. In the center of the vortex, a ray of divine light descended from the sky and merged with the divine light at the top of the mountain, forming an even more intense divine light power. At this moment, the magical beasts roared, and the waves on the sea crashed against the shore. Luo Tian frowned and shouted, That spirit treasure is about to mature. Quickly go to the top of the mountain. He quickly ran up. Yi Xiaofeng looked at the corpses around him and laughed coldly. My zombie army is coming. Chapter 1875. Yi Xiaofeng's ability was different from the rest. This was also his capital of being a playboy. No matter how much trouble he caused, the Yi family would clean up his mess, because he could resurrect the dead. Ordinary zombies could only bite living people, but he could bite people to death. More importantly, he could even bite magical beasts. After biting them, he would control everything. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Rumble. On the top of the mountain, the divine light descended, and endless divine power was released from the 9 heavens. This power made Luo Tian feel a sense of familiarity. Divine power. It was really divine power. Quick! Don't touch anything. Luo Tian once again emphasized that little 8's words were deeply engraved in his mind. He absolutely could not carelessly touch it. Otherwise, the consequences would be unthinkable. When those giant demonic beasts in the sea were enraged, they were truly existences that could destroy the heavens and earth. The 6 of them trekked quickly. 10 minutes. The divine light was dazzling, and waves of vigorous power blocked them. Brother Tian, the power is too strong. We can't get close at all. Skinny Monkey said anxiously, his body constantly retreating. In front of them was not light, but a hurricane. It blew on their bodies, making it difficult for them to move an inch. Luo Tian was the same. He could not stand steadily. Xian Yuan Ox looked at Luo Tian and asked, Boss, do you want me to punch him? No. Luo Tian immediately stopped Xian Yuan Ox. With a sinister look between his brows, a thought rushed into the divine light. Bang, bang, bang. The thought continuously collided, and in less than half a second, it was strangled. What exactly is it? Why is there such a powerful force? Peerless spirit treasure? The cultivation level on Earth could not even compare to the profound sky continent, and the level of the plane was definitely not as good as the profound sky continent. However, the divine realm was 1 level lower than the chaos realm. But even so, it was so low. It was difficult for such a low-level plane to nurture a spirit treasure that could make the divine light descend. Suddenly, Luo Tian's heart sank. Source energy? For some reason, this thought suddenly popped into his mind. Because Earth was the origin continent, anything could happen. Back then, hadn't the Dominator of Fortune, the Dominator of Fate, and the Astral God all graced the Tianqian continent with their presence? It's definitely the origin energy. Luo Tian's heart was boiling. He immediately said to Zhugeqing and the others, Get back, get out of here. No matter what happens to me, don't come near here. Do you understand? He wanted to enter the divine light. He had to go in. Zhugeqing looked at Luo Tian with worry in her eyes, but she eventually said, You must be careful. Then he retreated. Everyone left the room as well. They stood in the distance and quietly looked at Luo Tian. They knew that once Luo Tian made a decision, he would not change it. Who? After they retreated, Luo Tian let out a heavy breath, lowered his body, and took a step forward. Boom! 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 Kacha, rumble! At this moment, the alloy set on Luo Tian's body was torn apart and flew out from his body. The clothes on his body were also torn apart in an instant. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The divine light was like a blade. In the blink of an eye, Luo Tian's entire body was drenched in blood, turning into a bloody man. Brother Tian, boss! In the distance, Skinny Monkey and the others were worried. Their hearts were in their throats. They didn't know why Luo Tian wanted to go in so desperately. In their hearts, Luo Tian was also a mystery, an unfathomable mystery. Suddenly, Luo Tian let out a furious roar. The veins on his entire body bulged, and he stepped into the divine light. Next, his body was engulfed by the divine light. Zhuge Qing rushed up, tears uncontrollably gushing out. Luo Tian! No reaction. The divine light was still incomparably strong, crazily rushing into the 9 heavens. Ha ha ha! It was also at this time. Not far away stood a wave of people. Yi Xiaofeng's zombie legion had arrived, and the king of armor that had regrown its scales. Yi Xiaofeng glanced at the divine light that soared into the sky, completely uninterested. He did not care about any spirit treasure. He was here to take Luo Tian's life, as well as Lu Sueki and the others. Yi Xiaofeng, he's actually not dead yet. Lei Xiangdong took a step forward and said in a low voice, "Everyone be careful. The people behind him are all zombies. Remember, you must attack their heads. Don't get bitten by them, or else you will also be infected." Yi Xiaofeng licked his lips and laughed sinisterly. "Lei Xiangdong, I won't kill you. How can I die?" "Lu Sueki, I still have the same request. Kneel down, and I will spare your life." Because Luo Tian had been engulfed by the divine light and his life and death were unknown, the Shenyuan ox was extremely depressed. Looking at Yi Xiaofeng, the anger in his heart burst out. "What nonsense are you spouting? Yi Xiaofeng, who do you think you are?" Skinny Monkey was also unhappy and said, "You came at the right time. I just happened to be in a bad mood." His aura was extremely arrogant. Yi Xiaofeng sneered, "Just the two of you trash?" The fire wolf beside him said, "Master, the two of them are students of the Thunder Academy. They are just 2 pieces of trash. Leave them to us, the fire wolf zombie group. We will definitely make them kneel down and sing for you." Yi Xiaofeng smiled slightly and said, "Then what are you waiting for?" Fire wolf immediately shouted, "Fire wolf zombie group, attack!" 6 zombies rushed out. They were no different from humans, but they did not have their own consciousness and would only listen to orders. The Shenyuan ox was the first to rush out. With a move of his right arm, he punched out towards a zombie that was charging at him. "Die!" Bam! 1 punch to the head. The other 5 zombies also surrounded him. Zhuge Qing's sword struck out, releasing the true meaning of the Taiji sword technique, splitting a zombie's body into 2. Skinny Monkey sneered, "It's my turn!" He immediately channeled the power of the 9 Yang Divine art to his fists and released the expeditious steps. The remaining 4 people immediately flashed, using their palms as blades, the power of the 9 suns above their palms, 1 palm for 1. The 4 zombies were instantly killed. "Trash!" Yi Xiaofeng snorted and said, "A bunch of trash!" Staring at Zhuge Qing and the other 2, Yi Xiaofeng smiled and said, "I didn't expect your cultivation to increase so much during this time, but it's a pity that you are still only level 9 warriors. I'll let you have a taste of the American Devil Warriors, the Russian Giant Warriors, and the Japanese 5 Elements Ghost Beast Warriors. Ha ha ha. All of you, go kill them all." In another place, Luo Tian was actually in the divine light. The powerful devouring power disappeared, and in its place was an auspicious aura. The wounds on his body instantly healed, and the moment he walked into the divine light, he was completely stunned. "Mermaid. Thanks to Sai Night Shang Liu Sky, host combo reward. Thanks to Fall in Love with Me. But green grass, 1 person, happy every second. Due small mood, fragmented memories. Thank you all for your support. Thank you all. Good night. Chapter 1876. Mermaid. Luo Tian was stunned. There was a huge lake at the top of the mountain. The water in the lake was like a spring that was constantly rolling. Obviously, the water in the lake came from the ocean. In the middle of the lake, there was a round boulder that was densely carved with runes. Under the illumination of the divine light, the runes emitted the light of the runes. These runes were linked to the seawater, and the entire bottom of the lake was illuminated by the runes' light. It was incomparably blue and very beautiful. The round boulder led all the way to the depths, and the boulder at the bottom of the lake was also carved with runes. These runes were linked to the entire ocean. The light emitted by the runes was all absorbed by the half-human, half-fish mermaid in the middle of the boulder. Long black and beautiful hair, colorful fish scales as well as her clothes. Everything was just like in the movies. Mermaid. Very beautiful mermaid. Luo Tian had seen countless beauties, but none of them could compare to the mermaid in front of him because she was really too beautiful. But the only thing was that she was very young, just like a 7 or 8-year-old girl. Her face was young and tender, and her eyes were innocent as she looked at Luo Tian. While she was looking at Luo Tian, she absorbed the power in the divine light and the power emitted by the runes that were linked to the bottom of the sea. The power in her body continued to grow stronger. She is a peerless spirit treasure. Which ancestor left behind this peerless spirit treasure? Luo Tian racked his brains and couldn't think of which ancestor left behind such a beautiful mermaid. Although he didn't know who left her behind, but Luo Tian was sure that she was very strong. To be able to withstand the impact of the divine light and the power of the ocean without any reaction, this was already a mess. Luo Tian took a step forward. The mermaid's eyebrows slightly shook as if she was afraid. At this moment, rumble! A giant tail rushed out of the lake and swept towards Luo Tian. The mermaid's eyebrows froze again, as if she was worried about Luo Tian. This huge tail was covered in thick scales, and it looked a bit like the scales of a dragon. Its entire body was green. Could it be an azure dragon? Luo Tian was secretly shocked. Facing the attack of the giant tail, he was calm and collected. His body floated and dodged the sweep of the giant tail. He said to the mermaid, "I mean no harm." Rumble. The surface of the lake shook violently again. Dragons with horns on their heads. Well, they weren't exactly dragons. They should be flood dragons that hadn't completely evolved into dragons yet. They soared into the sky and fiercely shot water swords at Luo Tian. "Are you courting death?" Luo Tian's eyes turned ferocious. His mind was like thunder as he shouted, "I have the bloodline of your ancestor. You're just a little flood dragon. How dare you act presumptuously in front of me? Get out of my way!" Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, an azure dragon mark appeared on Luo Tian's left arm. The power of the azure dragon burst out from his body and instantly blocked the flood dragon's water sword. The fury of the azure dragon shook the surroundings. The flood dragon that was incomparably arrogant a moment ago was like a ghost that had arrived first. It was so scared that its entire body trembled, and it instantly drilled into the bottom of the lake, not daring to show its head again. At this moment, ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for activating Azure Dragon's strength. Ding! Return of the Azure Dragon. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for the return of the Azure Dragon. You have obtained 100,000 experience, 10,000 true chi, and 10,000 points as a reward. The Azure Dragon has returned. Luo Tian was extremely excited in his heart. Looking at the green dragon mark on his left arm, the idea moved, and he immediately felt the incomparably strong power of the Azure Dragon. This feeling was like the rebirth of the Azure Dragon, invincible, arrogant, tyrannical to the extreme. In the divine realm, the 4 divine beasts' blood vein in his body were all killed by the supreme divine king. He did not expect that the azure dragon would return to its position on earth. It was also at this very moment a voice sounded in Luo Tian's mind. "Master, I'm back!" Ha ha ha. Luo Tian laughed wildly in excitement. "It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. Ha ha ha. The azure dragon has returned. How far can the vermilion bird, black tortoise, and white tiger be?" This feeling was really great. He knew that his power was awakening, but he did not expect that the power of the azure dragon blood vein would be the first to return. Excitement. Very excited. The little mermaid looked at Luo Tian. Her eyes filled with curiosity, but at the same time there was also some fear. The flood dragon just now was the strongest creature in the nearby sea. He never thought that it would be scared away by a human. Who exactly was this human? How could he resist the devouring of the divine light? No one would be able to resist it. The little mermaid asked herself in her heart. Luo Tian looked at her and said with a faint smile, "I have no ill intentions. I just wanted to see what kind of spirit treasure was born. I didn't expect it to be a mermaid." "Huh." The little mermaid pouted and said somewhat angrily, "Are you looking down on me?" "Huh." Luo Tian laughed and said no. The little mermaid said angrily, "You're still laughing. You're simply looking down on me. I'm the ancient artifact, the daughter of the sea. When I get angry, I can burn the entire continent to the ground. Don't think that you can look down on me just because you scared away a flood dragon." Humph. She looked very cute when she was angry. It was pleasing to the eye. Luo Tian didn't know what to say and said, "I really don't look down on you. I'm just curious, where did you come from? And what kind of power did you awaken from? And which plane did the divine light come from?" This was the reason why Luo Tian entered this place. He wanted to know. He felt that all of this might have something to do with the origin energy. The azure dragon had returned, and it was only a matter of time before all of his powers were awakened. But to him, this was not enough. What he needed was the origin energy, and if he could not find the origin energy, he would not be able to comprehend the higher power of law. He would not be able to kill the supreme divine king. "I want you to apologize to me," the little mermaid said angrily. "Little girl." Luo Tian smiled helplessly and said, "All right, I'll apologize to you. I'm sorry I was rude just now. Is that all right?" At this moment, the little mermaid's body gently moved, and under her tail there was a sparkling and translucent thing that looked like a crystal. But Luo Tian's heart suddenly trembled, as if a huge wave had been set off. Origin aura, an incomparably strong origin aura. Luo Tian felt it. It was very strong. For a moment, he became excited as he stared at the fragment. The little mermaid picked up the fragment and said, "You want this thing?" Luo Tian nodded and said, "This thing should also be the magic treasure that allowed you to summon the divine light and become the daughter of the sea. Now that you've succeeded, can you give it to me?" Origin fragment. The little mermaid shook her head and said, "No." The double vision in his eyes was getting worse and worse. Chapter 1877. "No way." The little mermaid pouted and said firmly, "Even if I can, I won't give it to you." Luo Tian really needed it. He could feel the powerful aura of the source energy from the crystal fragment. That aura was the source energy that he had been dreaming of, and it was also the reason why he had come to Earth. He had to obtain it, unless, the little mermaid rolled her eyes and said with a mischievous smile, "Unless you can take me out of here." Huh. Luo Tian was stunned. It was also at this moment that, ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for triggering the S-rank quest. Bring Daughter of the Sea out of Demon Island. Mission. Bring the Daughter of the Sea out of Demon Island. Mission time. 1-day mission reward. Source fragment X1. Daughter of the Sea's intimacy increased by 1 point. The system beep stopped there. Luo Tian was stunned. No matter what, it's still an S-rank quest. Why is there only such a small reward? Not even EXP. This didn't make sense. Ding. Player, please choose. Accept. Luo Tian immediately accepted. Even if there was no reward, as long as there was a source fragment, he would accept it. He came to Earth for this, so he couldn't give it up for nothing. Ding. Mission accepted. Beginning the countdown, a time appeared in Luo Tian's mind. The little mermaid smiled mischievously and said, You promised to take me away? Luo Tian said, Yes, but you have to listen to me. Otherwise, I can leave you behind at any time, and, without waiting for Luo Tian to finish speaking, the little mermaid directly transformed into an 8 or 9-year-old girl. With a heavy leap, she directly jumped to the side of the lake and said with disdain, Got it, Uncle, I'll listen to you. You're so long-winded. Uncle, are you going through menopause? Finished. He didn't take Luo Tian seriously at all. Uncle? You. Luo Tian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Seeing her walk to the edge of the divine light barrier, he couldn't help but remind her, Be careful. The divine light has a powerful, tearing power. Not waiting for him to finish, the little mermaid walked into the barrier and turned around to face Luo Tian. She stuck out her little tongue and said, Uncle, hurry up. Your friends are all going to die. Huh. Luo Tian's heart sank. Did Jita and the others come back? Shortly after, he rushed out in a single step. Ha ha ha, Luo Tian, you're finally out. Yi Xiaofeng laughed wildly and grabbed Zhuge Qing's hair. Zhuge Qing's mouth was bleeding. Her cheeks were red and swollen, and there was a deep footprint on her abdomen. When she saw Luo Tian, she immediately said, Luo Tian, run. Leave. Ha ha ha. Yi Xiaofeng laughed wildly and said, This is your woman, right? I will make her my plaything, ha ha ha. It wasn't just Zhuge Qing. Skinny Monkey, Lei Xiangdong, Lu Sueki, and even the Xianyuan cow were beaten to the ground, all of them severely injured. Behind Yi Xiaofeng, the devil warriors and giant warriors that Luo Tian had killed, as well as the Pangolin King, had come back to life. The Pangolin King was especially ferocious. Zhuge Qing and the others were no match for it. The power of the Great Desolation, the 9 Yang Divine Arts, and the Qilin Blood. They did not comprehend these powers at all, so naturally they could not release them. Yi Xiaofeng saw Luo Tian's angry eyes and sneered, My masterpiece isn't bad, right? You're the only one left. Ha ha ha. While they were talking, he stepped on Luo Tian's head and scolded, Slut, why aren't you shouting anymore? Didn't you just say that Luo Tian would take my life? Come on, shout again, ha ha ha. Luo Tian, does it feel good? Yi Xiaofeng laughed sinisterly and said, The moment you sent me flying, I swore that I would make you regret coming to this world. How about it? Seeing your brothers and women all turn into dead dogs. This feeling must be very good. Wahaha. Luo Tian's eyes turned sinister. Yi Xiaofeng immediately shouted, Don't move, I can't control them. If they kill your brothers or your women, I won't be responsible. Ha ha ha. Luo Tian, do you want to save them? Kneel down and beg me. I like it the most when others kneel in front of me and beg me. Suddenly, Yi Xiaofeng's tone suddenly changed as he roared angrily, I told you to kneel down. Uncle, you're really useless. The little mermaid was still standing in the divine light. She did not walk out because she knew very well what would happen the moment she walked out. At least, she did not want to see it yet. He was despised. Luo Tian, don't worry about us. Brother Tian, kill him. Boss, kill him, don't worry about us. Yi Xiaofeng's gaze turned cold, and he immediately ordered, Beat him up ruthlessly, beat him to death. Huff! Luo Tian exhaled heavily, stared at Yi Xiaofeng, then looked at his left arm and muttered to himself, Old brother, after returning to your position, you should make a grand entrance. This is no longer the divine realm. You need to revive your dragon's might. As soon as he finished, roar! The azure dragon imprint on Luo Tian's left arm suddenly roared out, and an incomparably sinister azure dragon shadow burst out, directly rushing towards Yi Xiaofeng. With a sweep of the dragon's tail, it instantly sent Yi Xiaofeng flying, and its body contracted, tightly strangling Yi Xiaofeng's neck. Just like that, he hung in the air. Yi Xiaofeng was so scared that he pissed his pants. Everything about him was crushed, and even the idea was crushed and sealed in his body, making him unable to give orders. Hualang let out a roar and said, "Do it! Kill them! Kill them!" Luo Tian slowly walked up. Zhu Geqing immediately threw herself into Luo Tian's embrace and cried. Luo Tian gently patted her back and said gently, "It's all right, it's all right. Don't be afraid, it's all over." As he spoke, he helped Lu Sueki up. Skinny Monkey, Xian Yuanyo, and Lei Xiangdong also flipped over and quickly broke free. The three of them walked to Luo Tian's side and stood behind him. Luo Tian raised his head to look at Yi Xiaofeng and said, "Yi Xiaofeng, do you feel good now?" The azure dragon's aura retracted slightly, and Yi Xiaofeng heaved a heavy sigh of relief and said, "Luo Tian, you dog, you better let me go, otherwise I will definitely F***CK over your 18 generations of ancestors." Hedonistic young master, you're really arrogant. Luo Tian looked at the azure dragon shadow. The idea moved and said, "Azure dragon!" "Understood, master." The azure dragon's voice sounded in Luo Tian's mind. Luo Tian looked at Yi Xiaofeng and laughed. "It's always been you biting people. Have you ever tasted the feeling of being bitten? Furthermore, it's the person you've bitten. Oh, right, there's also this king of armor." Suddenly, the azure dragon's idea entered Yi Xiaofeng's sea of consciousness, directly controlling his idea, and ordered, "Bite me!" Yi Xiaofeng's face was extremely pale, and his eyes were filled with fear. Those demon warriors and giant warriors, as well as the king of armor Yi Xiaofeng, all tore at him. "Ah, Luo Tian, the Yi family will not let you off. Ah, thank you for falling in love with me. But a person's wine, fragmented memories, green D grass, do, a smile that conceals sadness. Thank you for everyone's support. I can only write 2 chapters today. I'll go to the hospital to check my eyes the day after tomorrow." Chapter 1878. Luo Tian had never been so generous before. Give up experience. Yi Xiaofeng was eaten by his zombie puppets, and Luo Tian did not get any experience at all. This was the one and only first time for him. Yi family, it's fine if you don't provoke Lousy, but if you provoke Lousy, Lousy will really turn your ancestral grave upside down. Then, Luo Tian looked at the group of Yi Xiaofeng's zombie puppets and shouted, "Kill!" The 6 of them attacked together. They quickly killed these zombies that did not know how to retaliate. It was also at this time the little mermaid giggled and said, "Your matter has been settled. Now it's my turn. Who is she? Wow, what a beautiful girl. I've never seen such a beautiful girl before. Who is she?" Lu Sueki and Zhu Geqing couldn't help but exclaim. They could be considered top-grade beauties. However, compared to the Little Mermaid, there was no comparison at all. Even women would fall in love with her beauty. The Little Mermaid giggled and said, "Thank you, sisters. My name is Zhao Ling Er." Uffed! Luo Tian spat out a mouthful of water, stared at the Little Mermaid with his eyes and mouth wide open, and said in shock, "What did you say your name was?" The Little Mermaid said with disdain, "Uncle, you're really old. You can't even hear clearly. I'll tell you again. My name is Zhao Ling Er." "Huh. Oh my God." Luo Tian looked at Zhao Ling with his mouth agape and muttered, "Legend of the Sword and Fairy? Zhao Ling. No, it should be a coincidence. No, Zhao Ling seems to be a descendant of Niwa. She's clearly a mermaid." Mermaid? At this moment, in Luo Tian's mind, he recalled the scene on the stone plate at the center of the lake. He had not clearly seen Zhao Ling Er's tail. He had only seen the scales on her body. The colorful scales could be said to be fish scales, but they could also be said to be snake scales. Could it be? It should just be a coincidence. There are many people with the same name. Luo Tian suppressed the excitement in his heart and murmured, "Coincidence! It must be a coincidence." Luo Tian looked at Zhao Linger and said, "Aren't you a mermaid?" "Mermaid? What is a mermaid?" "Uncle, your expression is so strange." Zhao Linger looked at Luo Tian with a serious face. She did not understand what Luo Tian meant by mermaid. "Brother Tian, what's going on?" "Luo Tian, what exactly is she?" How did another person appear out of nowhere? And such a beautiful girl at that? Everyone looked at Luo Tian. Only he knew. Suddenly, Lei Xiangdong couldn't help but ask, "Boss, could she be that supreme treasure?" Luo Tian nodded and said, "That's her." "Huh. Ah. Her?" The five of them looked at Zhao Linger in shock. Zhao Linger giggled and said, "What's a supreme treasure? Is it delicious? Is it fun?" Zhu Geqing shook her head and said, "Could there be a mistake? How could she be a supreme treasure? She's just a beautiful little girl." "Lei, I don't agree with you taking her away." "I don't agree either." Lu Sueki also said, "Because Zhao Linger was too cute." Lei Xiangdong said in bewilderment, "Am I that cruel? Besides, I've already made up my mind to follow Boss Luo Tian. What military region? What special forces? All of them can go to hell." "That's right. Boss, what's wrong?" Lei Xiangdong looked at Luo Tian. Luo Tian kept thinking about the plot of the legend of Sword and Fairy. Zhao Linger, descendant of Nuwa. I understand everything. The problem that had been bothering him was solved. Why would the divine light descend to the world? Why were there countless demon beasts protecting her? Why didn't she suffer any devouring power in the divine light? The reason for all of this was very simple. Because she was a descendant of Nuwa, and the blood of Nuwa flowed in her body. Moreover, in the chaos realm, or in a certain higher plane, there must be Nuwa. She must be watching Zhao Linger in a certain plane, otherwise it would be impossible for there to be divine light. Oh my God! Luo Tian was extremely shocked in his heart. I didn't expect her to really be a descendant of Nuwa. It was also at this time. Zhao Linger looked at Luo Tian and said, "Uncle, are you done talking to yourself? I'm going to come out." "Huh, you can come out." Luo Tian tried his best to calm himself down and thought to himself, "Nuwa mending the heavens, what an awesome and supreme existence is that origin fragment, the heaven mending stone. I can't imagine it. If that was the case, it would be much easier to find the origin energy in the future." Zhao Linger did not move, but said seriously, "Do you know what the consequences of me walking out of the divine light are?" Luo Tian asked, "I don't know." Zhao Linger said, "Right now, the bottom of the sea is filled with giant sea demons. If I walk out of the divine light, they will overturn the sky and earth and attack me. This small island will be crushed in an instant. Are you ready?" His expression was very serious, and he was not joking at all. Moreover, Luo Tian thought of what Xiaoba had said, "Don't touch her, or else the consequences would be unimaginable." What? Everyone trembled. Is it that serious? That's right. Even the King of Armor was killed by our brother Tian. No matter how strong the sea demon is, if you let him come out, I, Skinny Monkey, will kill him with one hand. Ha ha ha, Luo Tian frowned and said slightly, "Don't come out yet." Then, Luo Tian looked at the Skinny Monkey and said, "The five of you, quickly descend the mountain and wait for me by the coast. Xiao Ba will wait for you there, and if I don't come down, you can leave by yourselves." Looking at their casual appearances, Luo Tian suddenly shouted, "Do you remember what I said?" Zhu Geqing was startled and asked, "Is it really that serious?" Luo Tian said, "Hurry up and leave, don't talk nonsense." He really wasn't joking. If the giants under the sea attacked together, even if he had the azure dragon blood vein, he probably wouldn't be able to withstand it. Xian Yuan Ox said, "If you want to fight, then let's fight together." Without waiting for him to finish, Luo Tian immediately interrupted. "Do you want to die here? Do you still recognize me as your boss? If you do, then listen to me and go down the mountain. If you don't, then from now on, you won't be my Luo Tian's brother." Things were very serious. It was so serious that Xian Yuan Ox and the others could not imagine it. Lei Xiangdong pulled Xian Yuan Ox and said, "Let's go, boss, be careful." "Let's go. Hurry up and leave." Luo Tian roared angrily. 10 minutes later, they were almost at the shore. Luo Tian turned to look at Zhao Ling, smiled slightly and said, "Are you ready?" Zhao Ling looked at Luo Tian, giggled, and said, "Uncle, you're quite handsome when you're serious." Finished. Zhao Ling jumped into Luo Tian's embrace. At this moment, the sky changed color. It was as if doomsday had arrived. Chapter 1879. The moment Zhao Ling walked out of the divine light, the sky darkened and the earth shook. The scene was like the end of the world. At this moment, the divine light disappeared. The calm surface of the lake began to churn crazily. A sea beast broke through the stone plate and landed on the ground. It stared at Luo Tian and charged forward ferociously. Wow, what a huge sea beast! It's even more ferocious than the flood dragon from before. Zhao Ling laid on Luo Tian's shoulder. Looking at the sea beast that was rushing down crazily, she shouted excitedly. Luo Tian was speechless. "What time is it? Why are you still so excited? Do you still want to escape?" Luo Tian had no choice. He knew from the beginning what would happen the moment Zhao Ling left the divine light, but he had no choice. This was a mission. He had to take Zhao Ling away. He had to obtain the source fragment. Only then would he have a chance to find the source energy. Everything was the power of the origin. If he wanted to return to the divine realm, he had to obtain the source energy. Zhao Linger giggled and said, "Uncle, can you stop talking? Look at the sea beast. It's about to bite your butt. Hurry up and run." Crack, crack, crack. Just as Zhao Ling had said, a sea beast was about to bite Luo Tian's butt. Expeditious steps. Luo Tian's speed increased once again, and he consumed a true Qi Dan and said, "Zhao Ling, these magical beasts are all here for you. You have the Nuwa bloodline in your body. You have endless power. You should chase them away." The descendants of Nuwa had endless divine power. What was a mere sea beast? An existence that could turn it into ashes with just a thought. Zhao Linger giggled and said, "I won't, otherwise what would I want you for?" "Uncle, hurry up, another sea beast is rushing out. Hurry up, hee." Luo Tian said in his heart, "If it weren't for the fact that you're a child, I would have really smacked your butt." "How dare you?" Zhao Ling immediately shouted, "If you dare to spank my little butt, I'll let the sea beasts kill their way to your house." You're a little ancestor. I can't afford to offend you, okay?" Luo Tian was puzzled. She even knew what he was thinking. It was clear how powerful Zhao Linger was. Right now, all he wanted was to complete the mission and obtain the origin fragment. After that, there was no after. He didn't want to be together with this awesome tigress anymore. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The mountain was shaking violently. A huge earthquake was coming. Immediately after, the mountain was cracking, and seawater was spurting out like a fountain. Zhao Linger giggled and said, "They're going to use their big move. They're going to use their big move. It's the quaking beast king at the bottom of the sea. It can produce strong earthquakes. Demon Island is going to split. Uncle, if you don't hurry up, you'll fall into the sea. Then you'll be killed by those sea beasts." Zhao Linger was completely gloating. Luo Tian was really bitter. For the sake of the mission, he could only grit his teeth and run with all his might. The old fire in his heart was raging. He had never been in such a sorry state before. Even when he was being chased by the Supreme Divine King, he had never been like this. Kacha! A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. It directly struck a place half a meter away from Luo Tian. A towering tree was directly turned into ashes. Zhao Linger giggled, clapped her hands, and shouted excitedly at a sea beast that was filled with lightning at the top of the mountain. I didn't hit it, hee hee. I didn't hit it. Rumble. Crack, crack, crack. All of a sudden, thunder clouds gathered above Luo Tian's head. It fell crazily. It was like a thunderbolt. Expeditious steps. Advance. Phantom steps. Luo Tian couldn't care less. He could only run forward with all his might. Facing the huge minefield, he kept dodging. Once upon a time, he was the one who used the power of thunder to bombard the demon beasts. But now, being bombarded by demon beasts, it was too embarrassing. Every time Luo Tian dodged a bolt of lightning, Zhao Linger would clap her hands and cheer. She stuck out her tongue at the Thunder Sea Beast and said playfully, I can't hit it, I can't hit it, I can't hit it, hee hee. Previous chapter, next chapter, another Thunder Beast rushed out. Even more concentrated, lightning struck down. Moreover, at the same time, Demon Island was rapidly splitting apart. Mountains were constantly caved in and seawater flooded up. One by one, giant sea beasts rushed towards Luo Tian in rage, as if they had killed their father. Rumble, rumble, the mountain collapsed. A huge pit appeared in front of Luo Tian. In the pit, a giant high-level squid was guarding it. Countless tentacles wrapped around a towering tree. The moment Luo Tian appeared in its line of sight, a giant squid appeared in front of it. Whoosh! 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 Zhao Linger looked at the sky and said, Uncle, there's a bomb above our heads. Dodge, dodge. Luo Tian's heart tightened, the space between his eyebrows moved, and he shouted, Azure Dragon! Understood. The Azure Dragon roared from Luo Tian's left arm and rushed out, directly blocking Luo Tian's head. The dragon's roar shook the giant squid, intimidating it. Then Luo Tian directly rushed towards the squid's tentacles and stepped on its body to rush forward. He had no time to turn now. He could only run in a straight line. Zhao Linger looked at the Azure Dragon's shadow in the sky and muttered, It's not fun at all. I don't like you. Suddenly, the Azure Dragon's shadow shrunk and instantly returned to Luo Tian's left arm. It said, Master, she has a power that can suppress me. This power is effective against any demon beast. I can't get out. Holy **T. Luo Tian cursed angrily. Zhao Linger, what exactly do you want? It was normal for the Nuos power to crush the Azure Dragon. However, Zhao Linger actually had such power? This caused Luo Tian to be secretly shocked. Zhao Linger giggled and said, I don't want anything. I just want you to take me away. How boring would it be if we don't do something exciting on the way? It's completely different from my Zhao Linger's personality. What kind of personality do you have, Zhao Linger? Luo Tian thought of the Zhao Linger in the legend of the Sword and Fairy, who was completely different from her. The Zhao Linger in the legend of the Sword and Fairy was as gentle as water, and the Zhao Linger in her arms was completely like a ball of fire. Zhao Linger giggled, put her hands on her waist, and said, I, Zhao Linger, I'm not afraid of anything. The more exciting things are, the more I like it. You're excited. I'm going to suffer. At this moment, an incomparably huge sea beast blocked in front of him. Zhao Linger shouted excitedly, Ha ha ha. The strongest sea beast has appeared. Thank you to Nameless 1888 for your support. Thank you. Thank you to the two brothers Greengrass, Little Mood, for their continuous rewards. Seeing your rewards every day, the old cow is really grateful. Thank you for your support. Thank you to Jiangnan's 10 Young Masters, Li, for your support. There will be an update tonight. Chapter 1880. F***CK. Is this a sea beast? This is basically a mountain. Mountain? What mountain? Blade Mountain. The sea beast stood up like a huge hedgehog. Its body was covered with all kinds of incomparably sharp steel blades. If one were to rush over, there would only be one outcome: death. Zhao Ling giggled and said, "Its name is Blade Sea King." She was still laughing as carefree as ever. Moreover, she was laughing very happily. She didn't care about Luo Tian's life or death at all. She didn't care about Luo Tian's predicament at all. While she was laughing happily, there was a trace of reluctance in her eyes. Even Luo Tian did not notice this. Luo Tian stopped and looked at the Blade Sea King that was blocking his way. His eyes slightly darkened as he put Zhao Ling down and pulled out his Tang blade. Zhao Ling was startled and said, "Why aren't you running any more? You can't be thinking of fighting with him, right? It's the overlord of this sea, the strongest king's Blade Sea King. With your current cultivation, you can't beat it at all, but if you want to fight, then that's great. I haven't seen the Blade Sea King fight in a long time." He, fight, fight, fight. Zhao Ling jumped around heartlessly again. Huff, inhale, huff. Luo Tian calmed down and controlled his breathing. His eyes stared at the behemoth, and the space between his eyebrows relaxed. Then, the Tang blade began to burn, spreading like flames until it completely enveloped Luo Tian. Zhao Ling was shocked and muttered in a low voice, "What a strong blade intent! Even the Blade Sea King doesn't have such a strong blade intent." The Blade Sea King was also shocked. Its two eyes were sinister, and a violent buzzing sound erupted from its body. At the same time, its body also burned like flames, and a fierce blade intent was emitted. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. As people fought, the blade intent collided with each other in a crazy battle. In the mind instructs, in a second, Luo Tian slashed down with his saber, slashing out with the power to cut through heaven and earth. Saber Sea Monarch also slashed out with his saber, but he did not defend. Saber against saber, strength against strength, intent against intent. Heaven and man were at war. PFFF, Luo Tian spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale, and he retreated several steps. Blade Sea King's body sank. The mountain of swords on his back quickly collapsed, and countless swords broke. Shortly after, it was incomparably furious. Its two eyes stared at Luo Tian as if it wanted to eat him, but at the last moment it gave up. It opened its mouth and said, "I lost." Zhao Ling. Ari's face flickered, and she took a step forward. She wanted to say something, but in the end, she held back. Magical beasts could actually speak. Then, how high was its cultivation? It was hard to imagine. Luo Tian was also secretly shocked. He said, "You are very strong. That strike just now didn't determine who won or lost. You think that my cultivation is very weak and my strength can't keep up. That's why you think I won. But for me, it's my loss." This was the first time Luo Tian admitted defeat. His comprehension of the blade could be said to have reached a supreme realm. His first weapon was the blood-drinking broadsword. The tyrant blade slashed. Green dragon crescent blade, he had used all of these saber intents and had even comprehended countless saber intents. However, to the Sea Saber King, these saber intents were too chaotic. The Sea Saber King had only comprehended one saber intent, fearless. Fearless of life and death. One slash. This was a blade intent that Luo Tian had never come into contact with before. Very strong. The Sea Blade King did not say anything else. Instead, he glanced at Zhao Ling, and then his body slowly sank. Luo Tian was startled for a moment, then said to the Blade Sea King, "Thank you." In that moment, Luo Tian carried Zhao Ling, and ran away. The magical beasts behind them were even more ferocious as they rushed up from all directions. They used all kinds of methods, and even the demon beasts that were unable to go ashore crawled up from the sea. The large squid that was stunned by the azure dragon moved its huge body down. In the distance. Boss, hurry up. Brother Tian, hurry up. Just a little bit more. The 5 of them did not get on Xiao Ba's back first, but stood by the shore and waited, looking at the sea beasts behind Luo Tian that covered the mountains and plains. Their scalps were numb, and at the same time they were worried for Luo Tian. Please don't let anything happen to him. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. Just a little bit more. At this moment, Luo Tian ran crazily. Zhao Ling, who was lying on his shoulder, was no longer as lively as before, nor was she laughing out loud. Instead, she suddenly quieted down and silently looked at the sea beasts that were rushing down. Xiao Ba! Monkey, hurry up and go up. Luo Tian did not dare to stay any longer, and shouted to Skinny Monkey. Skinny Monkey immediately said, Brother Tian is here, let's go up. Xiao Ba also let out a whimper, as if he was responding to Luo Tian. A few seconds later, Luo Tian carried Zhao Ling, and jumped onto Xiao Ba's back. He panted heavily and said, Xiao Ba, hurry up, hurry up. If you don't hurry up, it will be too late. However, Xiao Ba was very slow. He was a big sea turtle, and he was carrying an island on his back. He couldn't be fast at all. After a long time, he was only able to draw a little distance. At this time, the sea beasts crazily rushed to the shore. These were all giants of the sea. It's over. We're going to be dismembered by the sea beasts. Skinny Monkey looked at the sea beasts that covered the sky and sat on the ground, paralyzed. His eyes were filled with despair. The others were the same. Facing the incomparably powerful sea beasts, they knew that it was impossible to escape. The sea beasts were the overlords of the sea. This big sea turtle was running so slowly, it was only a matter of time before they caught up. However, those sea beasts all stopped at the shore, like landlubbers that couldn't swim. Everyone was shocked. What's going on? It was also at this time Zhao Ling stood on a reef and looked at the group of sea beasts. Tears flowed down her face as she shouted loudly, Thank you. I will take good care of myself. Thank you. Thank you. She was talking to the sea beasts. All this time, the sea beasts had not used their full strength. If they were to chase after Luo Tian with all their might, Luo Tian would not be able to escape at all, because they knew that Zhao Ling longed to leave this place and see the outside world. Luo Tian smiled faintly and murmured, as expected. Blade, Sea King's thoughts were what he had guessed. Too strong. She can control so many sea beasts. No wonder she's said to be a peerless spirit treasure. The Xian Yuan said, as if it had not had enough. Zhao Ling walked to Luo Tian's side with red eyes and said, Uncle, I really don't want to leave this place. About that, it's your business whether you want to or not. My mission is complete. You can give me that source fragment now, right? Luo Tian said directly. At the same time, the system also sounded out the notification of the completion of the mission. Source fragment. Thank you to Yao for the 1888 triple combo. Thank you for the 5-hit combo. Thank you. Thank you to Nameless, I really can't see his name, for the 6-hit combo reward. Thank you. Thank you to you chatted with him, but forgot that I was also lonely for the reward and support. Good night, everyone. I'll go to the hospital tomorrow to check my eyes. I hope I'm fine. Chapter 1881. Origin Fragment. It was the thing that Luo Tian had been searching for many days. The key to fusing the 4 divine kings' godhead. How could he not be nervous? Humph. You don't care about me at all. Uncle, you're really a big baddie. Zhao Ling stared at Luo Tian angrily, then took out the origin fragment, handed it to Luo Tian, and said, Here, it's yours, Humph. Luo Tian did not care about Zhao Ling's expression, and immediately moved his mind when he got the origin fragment. Buzz. Fusion failed. Huh. What's going on? Do I have to try a few more times? Luo Tian tried again. Ding. Fusion failed. Ding. Fusion failed. 10 times in a row, all failed. Luo Tian's heart sank, and he cursed in his heart. Damn, what's going on? Luo Tian opened the system to check the attributes of the origin fragment. Item: Origin fragment description. Earth's plane of existence has suffered a great calamity. The origin core has collapsed and scattered all over the world. If you want the Earth to recover its origin aura, you must find the remaining origin fragments and use them to fuse into the origin core. F*CKU. Luo Tian cursed angrily. What I want is the origin power. What are you doing with so many bullshit things? I want to go back to the divine realm. Go back to the divine realm, your sister. His anger soared. It was not easy to find an origin fragment, and a glimmer of hope was ignited, but the system poured a basin of ice water on his head, causing him to feel a chill in his heart, and he could not raise his spirit at all. For the divine realm, Luo Tian was too eager to go back, but he felt so uncertain, looked up at the sky and muttered in his heart, Shui Chun Chun, are you all okay? I miss you all so much, so much, so much. The change in Luo Tian's expression stunned everyone around him. Seeing that Luo Tian had calmed down, the skinny monkey asked, Brother Tian, what's wrong? If there's anything, just say it. We can think of a solution together. That's right, boss. If you have something to say, just say it. Xian Yuanyo said. Zhu Geqing also said, I really want to know everything about you. Can you tell me? Lei Xiangdong and Luo Tian were taken aback. They looked at the three of them, then at Luo Tian, and asked in their hearts, What's wrong? Weren't they classmates? Weren't they all Thunder Academy students? Why don't they understand each other? Skinny Monkey asked, Brother Tian, you have changed since that night. From the first day I met you, I knew that you were a stranded dragon. Sooner or later, you will soar into the sky. Now that you have soared into the sky, what else do you have to say to us? Luo Tian looked at them and smiled bitterly. At this moment, Zhao Linger suddenly said, I know what he's thinking. Everyone looked at Zhao Linger. Zhao Ling smiled mischievously and said, Uncle, I might not know as much as you about the origin fragments, but I can sense the location of all the origin fragments in this world. Huh? Luo Tian was shocked, and the hope in his heart was reignited. As long as he knew the location of the origin fragments, finding them wouldn't be a problem. Luo Tian looked at Zhao Linger excitedly, squatted down and said, You really know? Of course, don't you know who I am? Zhao Linger laughed proudly. Luo Tian said, Quickly tell us where they are. I need the origin fragments. I need to fuse them into the origin core. I need a large amount of origin force. I need the last sentence. I need to fuse with an even stronger power of the ancient code was left unsaid. Zhao Linger pouted and said, I can tell you, but uncle, you have to listen to me. Otherwise, I won't tell you. Humph. All right. As long as you can tell me the location of the origin fragment, I'll listen to you. Luo Tian said. For the origin fragment, he could do anything. He couldn't wait to return to the divine realm. Luo Tian continued. I, Luo Tian, am a man of my word. If I say I'll listen to you, then I'll listen to you. Now, can you tell me their current location? I'm hungry now. I want to eat grilled fish. Hurry up and get me a fish to grill. Zhao Linger immediately used her supreme authority. Wait, Luo Tian jumped out. 10 minutes later, Luo Tian returned with a huge fish, ordered Shou Ho and Shen Yuanyo and said, You two, hurry up and pick up firewood. Yes, sir. Half an hour later, the fragrant grilled fish was completed. Luo Tian tore off a large piece and handed it to Zhao Linger and said, Now, can you tell me the location of the origin fragment? Zhao Linger took the grilled fish that was overflowing with a charred aroma and ate it in big bites. As she ate, she said, The origin fragment is a spiritual treasure buried in the depths of the earth. Every piece is important, and because of its importance, it's very difficult to find. Of course. I'm different. I can clearly know their location, but there's a prerequisite, and that's that they've awakened. Luo Tian was stunned and said, "Put it simply, what do you mean they've awakened?" Zhao Linger pointed at the grilled fish and said, "Give me another one." Luo Tian could only do as he was told. Zhao Linger giggled and said, "Uncle, your grilled fish is top-notch." Looking at Luo Tian's man-eating eyes, she immediately continued, "Origin fragments are the same as spiritual treasures. They need to be nurtured by the qi of heaven and earth before they can be activated. I can only sense the activated origin fragments. As for the dormant origin fragments, I can't sense them." "Damn!" Luo Tian glared at Zhao Ling. Zhao Linger also felt a little sorry for Luo Tian. She sucked on her finger and said seriously, "Don't be angry, I'll tell you the location of the next origin fragment. It's at the Divine Sea City." "Huh, Divine Sea City." Luo Tian's heart tightened. He was a little suspicious and said, "The Divine Sea City is so big. How are we going to find it?" Zhao Linger said confidently, "Don't worry about that. As long as the origin fragment enters my sensing range, I will know its location." Girl, do you know the consequences of lying to me?" Luo Tian looked at Zhao Linger with a fiendish expression. He clenched his fists and his joints cracked, just like the boss of the Black Society scaring a student. Zhao Linger did not fall for it at all and said, "Uncle, do you know my methods?" Before he could finish a sentence, "Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom." In an instant, the entire surface of the sea was filled with gigantic sea beasts. Xiao Ba was so scared that he started to tremble. F***CK. That's too intrepid. Thank you to Moo Meow 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 for the 6-hit 588 reward. Thank you to Be Yourself for the 3-hit reward. Thank you to Pai Pai, Lonely Thinking of Her, Clown Invincible, Green Grass. Thank you to all the brothers for your support. Old Cow is extremely grateful. After staying in the hospital for a day, fortunately, they did not find out anything wrong. They were just too tired, so they brought some medicine back. Thank you, brothers, for your concern. Chapter 1882. Comparing means? Luo Tian was completely defeated. All the sea demons in the world were under her control. How could she fight against them? Unless all of Luo Tian's power was returned to its original position. You're awesome. I'm really convinced. Can you let Xiao Ba go over now? Luo Tian tore off a piece of grilled fish that was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside and handed it over. Beautyling, give me some face. Humph. For the sake of the grilled fish, I'll let you go. With a thought from Zhao Ling, all the sea demons drilled into the water and quickly disappeared. My God, I almost had a heart attack. Skinny Monkey was sweating profusely and said to Zhao Ling, little ancestor, next time, don't make such a powerful formation. It's too scary. I'm really going to be scared to death. Xian Yuanyo was also panting heavily. Sis, you're too awesome. If anyone dares to bully you in the future, I'll be the first to make them kneel down and sing Conquer. Lei Xiangdong was extremely shocked and thought to himself, no wonder Master said that whoever obtains this spirit treasure can change the entire world. This is too powerful. With her, there's no need to care about the coastal front at all. Zhao Ling laughed proudly and said, Hey, Uncle, don't worry, I won't lie to you. Zhao Ling, I'm a man of my word. As long as I sense the location of the source fragment, I will tell you. Actually, Zhao Ling also had a weakness. It was just that no one had discovered it on the surface of the sea. She was a descendant of Niwa, and she was also the goddess of the ocean. Her power could only be used in the sea. Once she went inland, her power would be greatly weakened, and she would even be like an ordinary little girl. This was also the reason why she chose Luo Tian. Luo Tian was very strong. His body could withstand the devouring of the divine light, and the power of the azure dragon in his body was very strong. There was probably no sea beast in the sea that could be its opponent. Besides, there was a mysterious power in Luo Tian's body that even she couldn't see through. This power was awakening bit by bit. What was it? She really wanted to know. Other than these, there was another reason. She was also looking for an origin source fragment. Her purpose for coming to Earth was to reassemble the origin core, so that the origin aura on Earth could operate again and raise the level of the Earth's plane. This was her mission. She chose Luo Tian. Phew, Luo Tian forced a smile and said, "Even if you don't keep your word, I can't do anything about it." Uncle, don't worry. Zhao Linger giggled, but she started to blame herself. She mumbled, "Uncle, I'm sorry. I'm using you to help me summon the origin fragment. I can't use my power on land, so I can only rely on you." She concealed this fact because Zhao Linger was worried that Luo Tian wouldn't help her if she told him. Furthermore, the moment Luo Tian saw the origin source fragment, a look of desire appeared in his eyes. This made Zhao Linger feel a bit uneasy, and she had a question in her heart. Why is Luo Tian looking for the origin source fragment? Only by following Luo Tian would he be able to know all of this. Everyone, don't just watch. How can I finish such a big fish by myself? Everyone, let's eat together. Zhao Linger giggled. Sister Qing, Sister Xueqi, you guys eat too. Uncle's grilled fish is delicious. Everyone was starving. Luo Tian also sat down and said, "Everyone, let's eat together." I'm so hungry that my stomach is growling. Then we won't stand on ceremony. Brother Tian, I didn't expect you to have such a trick up your sleeve. This is too powerful. This is completely roasted immortal meat. It's too delicious. It's indeed delicious. Oh, right, Brother Tian. Did you guys find that grandson of the fire wolf? After Yi Xiaofeng was hung up, that grandson disappeared. I looked for him, but I couldn't find his corpse. He couldn't have escaped, right? How could he escape? You have to know that there are sea beasts everywhere. He can't escape at all. That's true. If he escapes and goes back to inform the Yi family, then it'll be troublesome. Not to mention the Yi family. There's still the Fire Wolf gang. If he bites all the members of the Fire Wolf gang, then what will the consequences be? He can completely dominate the entire Divine Sea City. He's a second-generation zombie. He can only suck blood when he bites. He can't have Yi Xiaofeng's ability. Moreover, his cultivation is only an 8th rank warrior. It's useless. I'm worried that he'll survive and find the Yi family. Then, Lei Xiangdong was faintly worried. Luo Tian looked at Zhao Ling, and said indifferently, "Yi family? So what if all the war zones in the world are combined? Don't you know who's with us? F***CK. I almost forgot about little ancestorling. Even if we have little ancestorling, who do we need to be afraid of? Damn it, I'll just ask, who else?" Skinny Monkey shouted arrogantly. He was slapped to the ground by Luo Tian and said, "Me too." Only you can be so cocky. Skinny Monkey got up and laughed awkwardly. Too arrogant, too arrogant. Ha 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 ha. Everyone laughed heartily. To Luo Tian, this trip to the sea was already a big step forward. Obtain the source fragment. Finally, he had information about the source energy. This was a huge breakthrough for him. He didn't have to fly around like a headless fly anymore. To Skinny Monkey and the others, his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. The 9 Yang Divine Art, the Qilin's blood, the power of the Great Desolation. Once these powers were grasped by them, they would definitely be able to break through to the highest realm of cultivation. To Lei Xiangdong and Lu Sueki, Luo Tian was their savior. He was the hope of the Chinese theater of operations. Because of Luo Tian's appearance, the two of them saw the hope of China's rise. To Zhao Ling, her biggest gain was Uncle Luo Tian. The 7 of them returned with a full load and headed in the direction of the God Sea. in another place, not long after Luo Tian and the others left. Firewolf was saved by Jida. At the same time, he told them everything about Luo Tian. Jida also became excited. God Sea City, Thunder Academy, Luo, just you wait. Your existence is the biggest threat to the North American theater of operations. I will definitely get rid of you. Full firepower. Target, China's capital theater of operations. Luo Tian did not expect that Jida had not left yet. He did not expect it either. Jida actually saved Firewolf, brought him back to the capital theater of operations, and handed him over to the Yi family. The Yi family knew everything. Even the Yi family's ancestor was enraged. Immediately, a wave of mysterious killers rushed into the God Sea City. Moreover, after Jida returned to the North American Theater of Operations, he shared Luo Tian's information with the Alliance Theater of Operations. At the same time, he applied for a group of special warriors to enter the Chinese Theater of Operations as an exchange student. The wind and clouds rose. Thank you, Raindrop, for your support. Thank you. And Chapter 1883. The Divine Sea City was completely silent. In the Su Group building, Su Zhanyun's expression was extremely ugly as he shouted, "Is there still no news of that brat Luo Tian?" While they were talking, a folder smashed onto a man in his 50s. The man immediately lowered his head and said, "Chairman, it's been more than a month. That brat never came back after leaving the sea. A while ago there was a violent upheaval in the sea. That brat definitely won't be able to survive. Can't live. If he can't live, I can't live either." Su Zhanyun's eyes were filled with anger. The God Kill order disappeared. The Su family had lost their protection, and the Han Group, which was ranked second in the Divine Sea City, had risen rapidly. In just a short month, they had already threatened the Su family's position in the Divine Sea City. He needed the God Kill order. He needed the help of the God Kill Alliance. But now Su Zhanyun roared. In this month he had been driven crazy by Luo Tian. He couldn't catch him, and he couldn't find the God Kill order either. Seeing the Su family's power gradually weaken, he fell into a state of madness. Ding, 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 suddenly. The phone on the table rang. Su Zhanyun picked up the phone. A voice came from the other side of the phone. "Luo Tian has been found." Su Zhanyun's eyes flashed with shock and immediately said, Good, good, good. I'll send someone over immediately." After hanging up the phone, Su Zhanyun laughed excitedly and said, "Ha ha ha! I'm finally back. Bring someone to the military region and bring Luo Tian here. Damn it, I want him to know my methods." Both of his younger brothers had died at the hands of Luo Tian, and Su Zhanyun could not tolerate this anymore. On the coast, before Luo Tian and the others even got close, the siren on the coast sounded, and all the soldiers threw themselves into the trenches because they found a huge island really close to the coastline. Without a doubt, this was a huge sea beast. Through thermal detection, they found that there were people on the island, and confirmed that one of them was Luo Tian. It was also at this time. The Su family's men in the military immediately informed Su Zhanyun. The raft is ready, let's go." Xian Yuanox carried a huge wooden raft and walked down the mountain. Luo Tian stood beside 80 and said in a low voice, "80, thank you." "Woo, woo, woo," 80 whimpered. Luo Tian smiled and said, "In the future, when you encounter a demonic shark, do the same. Take advantage of your advantages and unity. Don't be afraid when you encounter a strong demonic beast in the sea. The best defense is offense." Little 8 whimpered again. Lei Xiangdong looked at Skinny Monkey and asked in a low voice, "Boss can communicate with the sea beasts?" Skinny Monkey said proudly, "Of course, our boss is omnipotent." Lei Xiangdong was stunned. "That's too awesome." Zhao Ling was also secretly surprised. She didn't expect a sea beast to be so grateful to a human and completely obey him. This had never happened before. Looking at Luo Tian, Zhao Linger smiled and said, Uncle, I didn't expect you to be so special. You can actually understand the words of the giant turtle. Luo Tian smiled but did not answer. Let's go ashore. Immediately, the group of 7 sat on the raft, and the Xianyuan cow and Lei Xiangdong began to row. Luo Tian looked at 80, waved his hand, and said, 80, goodbye. At the same time, Luo Tian's idea was pulled out of 80's sea of consciousness, which also undid its restraints. This way, 80 was completely free. Little 8 whimpered. Luo Tian looked at Zhao Ling and asked, what did he say? Zhao Ling smiled faintly. He said, thank you. I should thank it even more. Without 80, we would have died in the sea a long time ago. Luo Tian turned around and looked at the coast, muttering, it's been more than a month. I'm finally back. I wonder how the Divine Sense Sea City is doing. I wonder if Sister Ha is back yet? Principal Zhuge doesn't know what's going on either. He didn't feel anything before. Now that Luo Tian was getting closer and closer to the Divine Sense Sea City, he started to worry. Zhuge Qing muttered, Grandpa, are you all right? Skinny Monkey laughed. Don't worry, the old principal has connections in the military region. No matter how lawless the Su family is, they wouldn't dare to offend the military region. The principal will definitely be fine. Monkey, don't talk. Hurry up and row. The Xianyuan ox shouted, I still want to go back and see my mom. Understood. 10 minutes later, the raft reached the shore. Zhao Ling suddenly held onto Luo Tian's hand and giggled. This is my first time going inland. Uncle, you will protect me, right? Huh. Luo Tian held onto the little lowly Zhao Ling's hand, which was a little cold, and laughed. Don't worry, I will protect you. Everyone got off the raft. The Xianyuan ox took a deep breath and said, I'm finally back. This feels great. Skinny Monkey also laughed. I thought I would die in the sea. I didn't expect to come back. They had escaped death several times, and this was a very important adventure for them. Moreover, this time they had gained too much. Just as they were sighing with emotion, suddenly, bam! A flare exploded in midair, and immediately after, 8 searchlights shone on Luo Tian and the others. Countless red laser dots slid across their bodies. Don't move! All of you, don't move! Dozens of warriors rushed out with guns in their hands. Luo Tian was unable to open his eyes from the searchlights, and was a little unhappy in his heart. Get down! I told you to get down. Don't you understand human language? At this moment, 6 warriors rushed to Luo Tian's side. Skinny Monkey smiled and said, Brother June, it's me, it's us. Last time, I even asked you to buy a yacht. You forgot, it's us. Pa! Without saying a word, the warrior directly smashed the butt of his gun onto Skinny Monkey's head and shouted, Who the F asterisk CK are you? Blood spurted out from Skinny Monkey's head. He did not expect to suddenly attack, but he still anxiously said, It's us, we are students of Thunder Academy. We are humans. Lei Xiangdong was slightly angered and shouted, Are you tired of living? That warrior suddenly shouted, Right now, I suspect that you are spies from another war zone that entered the China war zone. You are all arrested. All of you get down. Suddenly, the 3 of them pointed their guns at Luo Tian's head and shouted, I told you to get down. Did you not hear me? The corner of Luo Tian's eyes twitched. Looking at the gun on his forehead, he said faintly, I'll give you 3 seconds to move the gun away from my head. Otherwise, you will die here. As soon as he finished, Luo Tian immediately started counting. 1. Brat, do you know that you are about to die? You still dare to be arrogant in front of me. 2. Luo Tian counted again. That person was not afraid at all. With a face full of arrogance, he used his gun to point at Luo Tian's head. Who's going to die? 3. Luo Tian disappeared. Chapter 1884. As soon as he finished, Luo Tian disappeared. The warrior turned slightly, rubbed his eyes, and muttered, Where is he? It was also at this time. His neck felt a chill and a sharp pain. He gently wiped his hand and saw the blood on his palm. His face was filled with shock as he covered his throat with both hands. Uft, uft, uft. He couldn't say a single word as blood spurted out of his mouth. He staggered backwards. Bam! He fell to the ground, blood spurting out from his main artery. The surrounding warriors were all dumbfounded and couldn't react for a moment. It was also at this time Luo Tian stepped on the man's head and said coldly, "I told you, you will die!" His right foot chopped. Crack! The neck broke. The system beep sounded. At this moment, one of the soldiers reacted abruptly and shouted, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" It was just that before the 6 people close to them could pull the trigger. Xian Yuan Niu, Skinny Monkey, and Zhuge Qing instantly made their move. They were already ready when Luo Tian was counting. And after Luo Tian made his move, they also made their move. Lei Xiangdong's heart tightened. He was a soldier after all. Seeing these soldiers fall one by one, he couldn't describe the feeling in his heart. Lu Sueki was the same. Luo Tian looked at the dazed Lei Xiangdong and laughed. Look at what kind of clothes they are wearing inside, what kind of standards they have, and then you will understand, and some things are more complicated than you think. Finished. Luo Tian suddenly shouted, "Green Dragon, searchlight!" "Yes, sir." The imprint on his left arm suddenly moved, and the green dragon soared into the sky, letting out a furious roar. It directly extinguished the 8 searchlights. The entire coastline was pitch black. The soldiers in the distance naturally reacted by shooting crazily. Luo Tian hugged Zhao Ling, and quickly dodged. He was already in the cultivation realm, and the speed of these bullets was simply not enough. He could easily dodge them. The others also quickly dodged. However, while dodging, Luo Tian also said loudly, "Do you all want to be the Su family's dogs?" Apart from the soldier who sold the yacht to Skinny Monkey, the other 5 were all wearing clothes with the Su family's badge. Lei Xiangdong clenched his fists and roared, "How dare you? How dare you come out from the military?" Luo Tian smiled and said, "Just get used to it." Lu Sueki's figure flickered like a white fox in the night, disappearing without a trace. Subsequently, Lu Sueki's voice rang out, "Come over. All of you have been dealt with. Use the flares to clear the path." Bang, bang, bang. After a few flares were fired into the air, Luo Tian warned, "Be careful." In the distance, all the soldiers stood straight and saluted. Huh. Luo Tian was slightly shocked. He suddenly remembered that Lu Sueki and Lei Xiangdong were members of the Special Forces, and their ranks were not low. "You should have said so earlier. I didn't have to jump around. It's easier to get things done with people in the court." "Ha ha ha." Lei Xiangdong walked in front of Luo Tian and said guiltily, "Boss, just now Luo Tian laughed. "I understand you are a soldier. The blood of a soldier flows in your bones. Even if you follow me, you are still a soldier. Lazy if you are a brother. Don't say so much." Finished. Luo Tian held Zhao Ling, Oi's hand, and walked out. Xian Yuanyo put his hand on Lei Xiangdong's shoulder and laughed. "Lazy, Brother Tian already treats you as a brother." "Ha ha ha, good brother." Skinny Monkey also laughed out loud. The dozens of people in the trenches were shocked. Just now, they did not hurt a single person. Were these people abnormal? Moreover, every single one of them had an indifferent expression. They were too valiant. Lei Xiangdong clenched his fists and tried his best to hold it in. In the end, he still could not hold it in. Tears streamed down his face as he shouted, "Boss, wait for me!" Command room. A battalion commander's forehead was covered in sweat. The moment he put down the phone, his heart was even more tangled. "What should we do?" "Phew, I'm going all out. As long as I can help the Su family this time, there's hope for my guild leader." Chai Yong clenched his teeth and said fiercely. He made a choice in his heart. At this time, a guard ran into the command room and said, "Battalion commander, they want to see you." Chai Yong's eyes turned cold as he ordered. They are spies from other war zones. Inform the assault platoon to control them immediately. If anyone dares to resist, kill them without mercy. The guard was stunned and stammered. Battalion commander, there are 2 people with the rank of colonel, and they are from our China War Zone Special Forces. Could it be a misunderstanding? Pa! Chai Yong slapped him and shouted. Don't you understand what I'm saying? Huh. If I say they are spies, then they must be spies. Pass down my orders and capture them. Those who resist, kill. The guard did not dare to say anything else, and immediately replied, Yes, sir. Delicious. It's been a long time since I've eaten fragrant rice. Skinny Monkey started eating in big bites. Lei Xiangdong was the same, he said while eating. Boss, I'll get their battalion commander to personally send us into the city, hee. This is the first time I've used this thing. I didn't expect it to be so useful. He was talking about his identity. The status of a colonel in a special force was at least at the level of a division commander in a normal military region. Even the war zone commander did not dare to move. Luo Tian laughed. Looking at Zhuge Qing's worried face, he held her hand and comforted her. Don't worry, your grandfather will be fine. Zhuge Qing smiled. Lei Xiangdong shouted to the outside, Where's your battalion commander? Tell him to come see me. At this moment, Zhao Linger suddenly said, Uncle, there's a dangerous aura approaching. Luo Tian's thoughts moved. Are they courting death? Xian Yuanyo suddenly stood up and asked, Brother Tian, what's wrong? The people inside listen up. Surrender obediently. If you dare to resist, kill without mercy. As soon as his voice faded, all the guns were loaded. Lei Xiangdong was furious and kicked the door, flying out. I'd like to see how you guys kill without mercy. As soon as he finished, Lei Xiangdong's eyes were filled with shock. Laser gun, damn. Are you crazy? Laser guns were 3 times faster than ordinary guns, and their destructive power was more than 10 times. Even experts of the cultivation realm could be injured. At this moment, bang, 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 he pulled the trigger without the slightest hesitation. Luo Tian's hands and feet were strange. He grabbed Lei Xiangdong and pulled him fiercely. Bam! The 2 of them fell to the ground. Lei Xiangdong's arm was shot and blood flowed out. It was very painful, but it could not compare to the pain in his heart. This is just a warning. Please surrender quickly. Luo Tian was furious and said coldly, You want to fight, right? Then let's fight. Chapter 1885. Luo Tian was infuriated. He didn't care about the China War Zone. What soldier? As long as he was unhappy, he would kill them. Moreover, what was the surname of the Divine Sea City's military district? Surname Su. The 2 experts of the Su family had been killed by him. So Su Zhanyun would definitely not let this matter rest. The Su family had sent people here ever since they left the Divine Sea City. Without the permission of the military district, how could Su Zhanyun send people here to guard Luo Tian? It was impossible. Since that was the case, Luo Tian would not have any misgivings. Fight! Luo Tian coldly spat out a word. The Xianyuan ox immediately said excitedly, This group of mongrel dogs raised by the Su family, I have long been unhappy. Skinny Monkey laughed. I can't wait any longer. Lei Xiangdong grabbed Luo Tian. Luo Tian frowned and said, Lazy, are you still going to stop me at a time like this? Lei Xiangdong laughed bitterly and said, Boss, they have laser guns in their hands. Look at my arm. Luo Tian lifted the clothes on Lei Xiangdong's arm to take a look and gently touched it. His arm went numb, and he suddenly said, A little. Lu Sweki said, Laser guns are 3 times faster than normal guns, and their damage is 17 times stronger. These are all secondary. The laser bullets have the power of an electric net, and once shot, the body will be firmly bound by the electric net, constantly shrinking, and the bones in the body will be broken. Senior brother was shot in the arm, and his entire arm was unable to move, and in 5 minutes the bones in his arm will break and he will be crippled. Unless the bullet is taken out within 5 minutes. Only then can he recover. Skinny Monkey muttered. Sister Shueqi is right. The destructive power of the laser gun is extremely strong. It was specially developed to deal with magical beasts. I never thought that it would be used against us. Lei Xiangdong said, Boss. Luo Tian stood up, his eyes turned sinister, and asked, Will you marry the bullet? Lu Sueki said, I have studied it before. I was once a medic. As long as you give me the tools, I can take out the laser bullet. All right, you guys wait here. Take off as long as you can. Remember, before I come back, don't move. Luo Tian didn't think that technology had advanced to this point. A bullet could be so powerful. Lu Sueki said, There must be a medical room here. You just need to find these things. He said a few words. After Luo Tian memorized it, he looked at Zhao Ling and smiled gently, saying, Ling be good. Uncle will be back soon. Don't be afraid. Zhao Ling giggled and said, Uncle, you're so long-winded. I'm not afraid. Besides, Sister Qing will protect me. Be careful. All of you, be careful. Luo Tian frowned, walked to the door, and shouted, I surrender. Don't shoot, I surrender. One of the soldiers immediately ordered, Don't shoot, this is the person the battalion commander wants. It's him. Brat, weren't you very arrogant just now? Humph. Under the laser gun, even a cultivator would have to behave. Luo Tian smiled slightly and said, There are 2 high-ranking officials of the special military region inside. If you hurt them, you know the consequences. Ha ha ha. I don't care if they live or die. What I want is you. Chai Yong walked out and looked at Luo Tian. His face revealed a complacent expression. The mission was completed, and the position of guild leader was waving at him. Chai Yong was extremely excited in his heart, and then smiled faintly. Take him down! As soon as he finished, 4 of them walked to Luo Tian's side with guns in their hands. Luo Tian smiled slightly and said, You still have a chance to choose. Chai Yong laughed loudly and said, Ha ha ha. Are you talking about the 2 fake people from the special military region? Kill them and throw them into the sea to feed the fish. Who would know that they had been here? As for your classmates, don't worry, they're a small gift that I gave to Director Su, ha ha ha. Luo Tian's gaze turned cold. In that instant, he frowned and shouted, Azure Dragon. Understood. The Azure Dragon's shadow rushed out, and with a dragon's roar, the bodies of the more than 30 soldiers in the assault row sank. Their ears could not withstand it, and were about to be shattered by the dragon's roar. What's that sound? What's going on? Luo Tian stared coldly at Chai Yong. His killing intent rose, and he couldn't wait to kill him immediately. It was just that it was more important to save Lazy now. Just you wait. Luo Tian went all out and rushed out the moment they screamed. Chai Yong was the first to react and shouted loudly, Chase after him. You must capture him alive. 2nd row, 3rd row attacked together. Hurry up! Immediately after, hundreds of people rushed towards Luo Tian. Luo Tian quickly found the medical room and shouted at the doctor inside, I'm only taking a few things, don't anger me. Luo Tian, you're surrounded. Surrender obediently. Chai Yong said with a face full of anger. As he spoke, he picked his ears, and his fingers were covered in blood. He was furious in his heart. Son of a bitch, I'm almost deaf. Luo Tian ignored him, looked at a trembling doctor, and said, You guys go out. The doctor was stunned, and the 2 nurses immediately ran out. The doctor followed him out. After finding the medical tools that Luo Tian had mentioned, Luo Tian stretched his neck and looked at the time. There's still 1 minute left. 1 minute. Luo Tian let out a light breath. Then, he took a step out of the medical room. It was also at this moment. All the soldiers pointed their guns at Luo Tian's head. Chai Yong coldly snorted and said, Brat, if it wasn't for Director Su wanting me to capture you alive, I would have killed you right now. Luo Tian smiled slightly. Is that so? The smile became cold, like the smile of a death god. Suddenly, Chai Yong blinked his eyes, and Luo Tian disappeared. The moment he blinked and opened his eyes, a hand with incomparable strength grabbed onto his neck. Luo Tian said coldly, "You are a soldier of the country, not a soldier of Su Zhanyin. A military trash like you is not qualified to live in this world." His 5 fingers exerted force. Veins popped out. The power of the azure dragon forcefully suppressed Chaiyong, making him unable to move. Chaiyong's face was pale and he gasped for breath. Kill him, quick, shoot. Crack! The sound of a throat breaking rang out. Luo Tian threw Chaiyong to the ground, turned around and looked at the soldiers. You are the soldiers of the China Theater of Operations, not the lackeys of the Su family. If you want to be a lackey, you can, but he will end up like this. While they were talking, Luo Tian's foot shook violently and viciously stomped on Chaiyong's head until it exploded. The soldiers were shocked. The battalion commander was killed. How could this be? Subconsciously, they didn't think too much about it at all. They directly pulled the trigger and started shooting. Luo Tian was furious. You are all courting death. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. All the power in his body burst out, and the anger in his heart also exploded as he started a massacre. Thank you, 2013, looking back, for 3 + 5, 8 consecutive hits. Thank you if there are no ifs, green grass, small mood. You and I are so beautiful in the dream. Nangong Wentian, fragmented memory. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Thank you. Chapter 1886. In the Sea of Consciousness. A wave of power moved with a bang. The power of the god, killing gods, divine, deity, trembled for a moment. Luo Tian's brows sank, and he directly released this power. Buzz! With a loud sound from within his body was enveloped by a wave of power, and a sinister killing intent was continuously released. Killing intent filled the air. Bam! Kill him! Bang, bang, bang. Bullets rained down crazily. Luo Tian stood in place, allowing the bullets to shoot at him. However, the bullets stopped half a meter away from his body and floated in the air. Densely packed bullets. Luo Tian raised his right foot and gently stepped down. Buzz! Bam! With an explosion of power, the bullet in front of him bounced back the way it came. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets exploded in the gun barrel, the laser guns all exploded, and the soldiers were all injured. Luo Tian walked forward, swept his gaze across the entire scene, and said coldly, "Don't anger me, or else you will die!" The power of the god, killing gods, divine deity, was too strong. The killing intent was dense. As the sound of his voice fell, it heavily crushed their minds. Those people couldn't say a single word. They looked at Luo Tian as if they were looking at the god of death, and didn't dare to move. It was too terrifying. Luo Tian didn't stop either. There wasn't much time left. At this moment, boom, 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 a military helicopter started to spin. Luo Tian thought in his heart, crap. Immediately, he rushed back at full speed. Brother Tian, sister-in-law Shi. Boss, hurry up and stop sister-in-law. Sister-in-law is going to leave with the Su family. When Skinny Monkey and Xian Yuanyo saw Luo Tian rushing out, Luo Tian shouted sternly, "What exactly happened?" Skinny Monkey said, "Principal Zhuge was captured by the Su family and Zhuge Qing left with the Su family. Brother Tian, we can't stop them at all." Luo Tian threw the tool to Lu Sueki and said, "You guys leave this place." Su Zhangyun, the Su family. Luo Tian rushed to the helipad. By the time he reached the helipad, the helicopter had already taken off. Luo Tian, if you want to save her, come to the Su building. Remember, you can only come alone. Also, remember to bring the God Kill order. Ha ha ha, go. Zhuge Qing looked down at Luo Tian and shouted, "Luo Tian, leave me alone." When she found out that her grandfather had been caught, she had no other choice. If she didn't follow the Sioux family, her grandfather would be killed. Her grandfather was her only family in this world. Even if she died, she didn't want her grandfather to die. However, Zhuge Qing did not expect that the Sioux family had captured her for Luo Tian. She began to blame herself. Little beauty, don't blame yourself, you can rest assured. As long as we catch Luo Tian, you will be fine. I heard that Crown Prince Su Feng is very interested in you. When the Crown Prince is happy, I will also benefit a lot. Ha ha ha. Xu Yong laughed. Go. Su group building. Luo Tian grabbed a soldier and asked, Do you have a car? Yes. Military chariot. However, without waiting for him to finish speaking, Luo Tian immediately lifted him into the air and shouted, Drive over here! Don't talk nonsense, do you understand? The soldier was so scared that his face turned pale, and he immediately said, Yes! Skinny Monkey and the others also ran up. Lei Xiangdong said anxiously, Boss, Junior Sister, and I will make a trip to the headquarters of the Divine Sea City's military. I want to see who among them dares to do this. Luo Tian said, You guys be careful. There are definitely people from the Sioux family in the headquarters of the military. Lei Xiangdong said, Boss, don't worry, these people don't know what special forces are, but the high-ranking officials in the military definitely know. If they dare to act recklessly again, I will immediately kill him. Luo Tian also said, Luo Tian, you must be careful when you go to the Sioux family's building. That place is definitely a trap. If possible, I hope you can wait for us to come. We will definitely help you resolve this matter. The power of the military was huge. The reason why the Chinese war zone was not in chaos was because the army was able to suppress it. The special military region was the highest military region. Lei Xiangdong and his subordinate did not know their identities, but the head of the military region definitely knew. With Lei Xiangdong's current military rank and identity, mobilizing the entire Divine Sea City's military region was within his authority. I don't believe that I can't deal with a single Sioux family. Lei Xiangdong also said angrily. Lei Xiangdong called over a soldier and said, Drive us to the headquarters of the military region, quickly. The soldier did not dare to delay. All the soldiers in the defense camp felt that Luo Tian and the others were very terrifying. How could such a person be a spy? Furthermore, Luo Tian could have killed them a few times, but he did not do so. All of these made them calm down and realize that Luo Tian and the others were not simple. Lei Xiangdong said, Boss, you must wait for us to come back. When the time comes, I will transfer the entire military region over for you. I want to see what ability the Sioux family has to contend against the military region. Let's go. Just as they left, a super domineering military chariot drove over. A soldier got off the chariot and said, You want the chariot? It looked like a tank. It was exceptionally domineering and eye-catching. Skinny Monkey said excitedly, What the F***CK? This is the latest model of the Divine Ox Chariot. This is a super cool existence, ha, get in. Luo Tian held Zhao Ling, or his hand, and said to Skinny Monkey and Xian Yuan Ox, I'll send you guys to the city. You don't have to worry about what happens next. Brother Tian, you don't treat us as brothers anymore? Brother Tian, what are you talking about? I've been unhappy with the Sioux family for a long time. I want to go too. Luo Tian did not say much. He started the Divine Ox Chariot and stepped on the accelerator. Boom, boom, boom. The engine was like a beast roaring. This was called a chariot? This was what one would call a mad beast. Luo Tian had never driven a car before. As soon as he stepped on the brakes, the chariot rushed out and crashed into a cement house where they were resting. Brother Tian, brake. Brother Tian, have you driven a car before? Bam. The entire house collapsed, and the body of the car only felt a slight tremor. There was nothing wrong with it at all. Luo Tian was boiling. Damn, this is what you call a car! Immediately, He stepped on the accelerator and shouted, "Sit tight, the divine ox is going berserk!" He stepped on the accelerator to the end. Thick black smoke came out from his butt, and the divine ox also rushed out. Its speed instantly increased to 200 horses. What 100 kilometers of acceleration? 5 seconds, 6 seconds. This guy was so awesome that he could speed up 200 horses in less than a second. It was so awesome. This was what you called a car. This was a car specially made to deal with magical beasts. Its horsepower was very strong. At this moment, Su Group Building. Su Zhanyun stared coldly at Zhuge Qing. Chapter 1887. Zhuge Qing, a cultivator with potential. A level 4 warrior 2 months ago. Now, level 9. Level 9. Su Zhanyun looked at Zhuge Qing's information and frowned. He turned to an old man and said, "She broke through to level 9 in 2 months? Old Chin, are you sure?" Chan Wu nodded and said, "Yes, I'm shocked too. But she is indeed a level 9 warrior now, and she's about to break through to the cultivation realm." They had tested Zhuge Qing before. Coupled with Chan Wu's assessment, Zhuge Qing's cultivation was indeed at the peak of level 9. Everyone was shocked. Su Zhanyun stared at Zhuge Qing curiously and said, "You should have awakened, right? You're an awakened, right? Just like that bastard Luo Tian, you're an awakened. Otherwise, how could your cultivation be so fast? Only awakened ones would be able to cultivate so quickly." Su Zhanyun knew that very well. Zhuge Qing's face was cold. She said, "Su Zhanyun, where's my grandfather?" Su Zhanyun smiled and said, "Your grandfather is doing very well now. Don't worry, I'll let him go after I catch Luo Tian. I won't make things difficult for an old man, even though he's been going against me. Zhuge Qing, the Su family is the overlord of the divine Sea City. You have a choice now. Follow me, Su Zhanyun. Your grandfather will be fine, you'll be fine, your classmate Xian Yuanyo, and that skinny guy will be fine. I won't mistreat you." "Of course," Zhuge Qing interrupted him and said, "I want to see my grandfather first." Su Zhanyun looked unhappy and said, "You'll see him when it's time. Now, you should listen to me and join the Su family, bah." Zhuge Qing spat and said, "You think you're worthy? You're asking for it." A man in black stepped forward and slapped her. Zhuge Qing took a step forward. When the palm was half a centimeter away from her, she moved her body slightly and leaned back, cleverly dodging it. At the moment when she stood up, she leaned her shoulder and rushed forward with the help of the man in black. Bang! The man in black hit the ground. His head cracked and blood flowed and he passed out. "Taiji!" Chan Wu was slightly taken aback. Ancient martial arts. Su Zhanyun scorned at the Black Shadow Man. Useless trash. Drag him down and feed him to the dogs. As soon as he finished speaking, his interest in Zhuge Qing grew. "I like you more and more. As long as you join the Su family, you can ask for anything." Taiji was truly powerful to be able to use its power to such an extent. Su Zhanyun revealed a stunned expression. Zhuge Qing would enter the cultivation realm sooner or later. As long as she was recruited into the Su family, the power of the Su family would increase. Zhuge Qing said coldly, "I don't have any conditions, and I won't join your Su family." "Su Zhanyun, I just want to leave with my grandfather now. Please bring my grandfather out." "Are you really not willing to join the Su family?" Su Zhanyun asked. Zhuge Qing replied, "No." "Hee." Su Zhanyun suddenly sneered and said, "If you don't join, your grandfather will die." Without waiting for Zhuge Qing to speak, Su Zhanyun continued, "If you don't join, that dog Luo Tian will die too? Zhuge Qing, you're a smart person. You should make the right choice. I heard that Feng has feelings for you. I think you should marry Feng." Zhuge Qing narrowed her eyes and said, "Are you threatening me?" Su Zhanyun narrowed his eyes and released a cold aura. He said, "So what if I'm threatening you? You don't know what's good for you. Do you think you're so great just because you're a peak level 9 warrior? If you're willing to join the Su family, everything can be discussed. If you're not willing, Do you think that Luo Tian kid can get out of here alive? If he dares to come, he'll definitely die here. And do you think your grandfather is still alive? Zhuge Wu, that old thing, has gone against me time and time again. I should have killed him long ago. He still wants to complain to the military. Doesn't he know whose territory Divine Sea City is? You want to fight with me? You're courting death. Su Zhanyun stared at Zhuge Qing gloomily. Zhuge Qing's face changed and became flustered. What did you say? What happened to my grandfather? What did you do to my grandfather? Su Zhanyun laughed and said, Did you see the 2 dogs downstairs when you came up? Your grandfather was eaten by them, ha ha ha. Ah, give me back my grandfather's life. Zhuge Qing instantly went berserk, lost his mind, and pounced toward Su Zhanyun. Qin Wu's body moved slightly. Su Zhanyun waved his hand at him and said, How dare a shameless slut like you be so arrogant in front of me? Without waiting for Zhuge Qing to attack, Su Zhanyun's body sank. He took a step forward and punched Zhuge Qing's abdomen, sending her flying and crashing into the wall. Zhuge Qing spat out a mouthful of blood. Her abdomen was in extreme pain. Su Zhanyun sneered and said, Hang her up for me, drop her in the dog cage downstairs, and wait for that brat to come. I want to see how Luo Tian will save his woman, ha ha ha. In another place, Divine Sea City's military district. The supreme commander of the military district, Hu Chuantu, was sweating profusely, as if he was facing a great enemy. Sitting in front of him were Lei Xiangdong and Lu Sueki. Looking at the identities of the two, he had secretly verified with the capital's special military district. Their identities were completely correct, and his heart skipped a beat. Even in his dreams, he had never thought that the people from the special military district would appear here, and that so many things would happen. The special military district was not something that a small coastal city like him could afford to offend. He cursed Su Zhanyun's 18 generations of ancestors in his heart. He could have offended anyone, but he had to offend people from the special military district. This time, his position as the commander of the Divine Sea City's military district would be over. Lei Xiangdong threatened, Commander, who? Do you want to verify it again? No, there's no need. If the 2 chiefs have any orders, I will immediately do it. Hu Chuanta couldn't care less. He could only protect himself now. Lu Sueki said, Very good. Now I want you to transfer all the people from the Divine Sea City's military district over. Hu Chuanta was shocked. That's more than 8,000 people. Why are you transferring so many people? Lei Xiangdong immediately shouted, Do I need to explain it to you? No. I'll immediately gather everyone. Hu Chuanta didn't even need to think to know what Lei Xiangdong wanted to do, and thought to himself, Su Zhanyun, oh Su Zhanyun, don't blame me this time, it's your own bad luck. At this moment, a guard walked in, reporting, There's a call for you, Commander. Don't answer it. Can't you see that I'm busy right now? Hu Chuanta thought that it was definitely Su Zhanyun's call, and he didn't want to cause any more trouble for himself. The guard said, It's a call from the capital's military district. They want you to pick it up immediately. Hu Chuanta frowned, and his heart became even more anxious. He had gotten into big trouble, so he anxiously walked out and picked up the phone. A cold voice came from the other end. I am Yi Tianlong. Chapter 1888. Half an hour later, 8,000 soldiers stood in the square with steel spears in their hands. Lei Xiangdong sat on a war chariot, waved his hand, and shouted, Su Group building, run forward, let's go! Ha! Bang, bang, bang! Their footsteps shook the sky, and the 8,000 soldiers were exceptionally mighty. Lei Xiangdong said excitedly, You're just a bully, I want to see what you're capable of. Boss, this time I've brought 8,000 soldiers for you. It won't be a problem for you to flatten the Divine Sea City. This was the first time he had used his authority. He didn't expect it to be so satisfying. Of course, all of this was because of Luo Tian. If it wasn't for Luo Tian, he wouldn't have abused his authority in his life. Lu Sueki frowned and said, "Senior brother, did you notice that Hu Chuanta's expression was different after he returned from the phone call?" Lei Xiangdong smiled and asked, "What's different?" Women were always very observant. Not to mention Lu Sueki. Her observation was even more detailed, and she said, "At first he was nervous and afraid. It was obvious from his expression that he was related to the Su family. He was worried that if something happened to the Su family, it would implicate him. But after the phone call, his eyes were filled with confidence, without a trace of fear. This is very strange, I'm worried." Lu Sueki felt uneasy in her heart, but she couldn't explain it. Why? The key was who made the call. Was it really the Capital Military Region? Definitely not. The Capital Military Region couldn't control the Special Military Region, and the Capital Military Region didn't even know that they were here. Lu Sueki was sure that it wasn't the Capital Military Region who made the call. So who could it be? The Su family? That was impossible. The Su family was at most a demon in the Divine Sea City, and their power couldn't compete with the military region. When Hu Chuanta received the call from the Su family, he would only be more anxious. There was only one possibility. The person who made the call was extremely powerful, so powerful that Hu Chuanta was completely at ease. Who could it be? Lu Sueki muttered. Lei Xiangdong grinned. "Junior sister, you're thinking too much. If that old man Hu Chuanta dares to act recklessly, I'll crush him to death. Look at the 8,000 warriors behind you. They are so spirited and eye-catching. Don't you want to scare Su Zhanyun's guts by dragging them to the bottom of the Su Group building? Daring to steal our boss's woman. It's the same as courting death. Ha ha ha. Phew." Lu Sueki gently exhaled and secretly said, "I hope I'm just overthinking." They were talking about Luo Tian. The divine ox war chariot roared without the slightest scruple. The moment it rushed into the city, the people on both sides of the street were all stunned. This is what I call a car. How is this a car? This is a beast. Which family's young master is this? He's spending too much money just to pick up girls. So handsome. In addition to all kinds of praises, there were also angry curses. Why are you driving so fast? Are you rushing to reincarnate? F*CKU, you made me rear-end you. Going against the flow, going against the flow. Where's the traffic police? Luo Tian did not care about anything. He only cared about stepping on the accelerator to the end. From the moment he drove out of the barracks, he did not step on the accelerator. This supersonic feeling was too great. It was like a fighter jet on land, extremely eye-catching. He himself did not expect to be able to drive a car after transmigrating, and such a flashy divine ox war chariot at that. For him, who was in the cultivation realm, driving the divine ox war chariot was too easy. "Brother Tian, there's a car in front of us. Can you slow down a bit?" My stomach can't take it anymore. Boss, I'm going to vomit. It's too scary, Mom. I want to go home. Sitting in the car, the Shenyuan cow and the skinny monkey hugged each other. The two of them had snot and tears. It was too scary. Luo Tian was completely a road killer. However, other than speeding along the way, there was not a single traffic accident. Zhao Ling clapped her hands and said, "Uncle, you're too handsome, ha ha. This is the first time you've praised me." Luo Tian laughed and said, "I wonder how Qing'er is doing now. Su Zhanyun, you better calm down a little. If you dare to touch Qing, I will let your entire Su family die. Other things could be discussed." Touching his woman was out of the question. Luo Tian looked at the landmark of the Divine Sense Sea City, which was also the Su Group building, getting closer and closer. He couldn't help but ask, "Monkey, old cow, you guys should go home and see your family first. I alone am enough to deal with Su Zhanyun." Skinny Monkey wiped away his tears and said, Brother Tian, you really don't treat me, Skinny Monkey, as a brother. How can I miss such a wonderful show? Xian Yuan Cow also shouted, That's right, I've been unhappy with the Su family for a long time. In the Thunder Academy, their Su family's disciples are all arrogant and overbearing, and they commit all sorts of crimes in school. Luo Tian did not refuse and said, All right, then you guys can do it. What do you want? Brother Tian, can you slow down a little? Luo Tian laughed and said, There's a blue button here. I heard that it's a special fuel that can increase the speed of the car by 3 times. Want to give it a try? Without waiting for Luo Tian to press it, Zhao Linger giggled and pressed it first. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. It was like the sound of 10,000 bulls galloping. The exhaust pipe emitted blue flames, and the entire car seemed to be flying on the surface of the ground. It was too fast. It was like a ray of light that was shuttling back and forth. It was impossible to see what it was. We're here. Brother Tian is here. The Su Group building is right in front of us. Skinny Monkey held onto the handle tightly, his back drenched in cold sweat. Xian Yuan Cow's eyes widened and said in fear, Boss, you can't be thinking of crashing in, right? Aye, correct. Luo Tian laughed excitedly and said, I'm going to crash in. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. With the accelerator at the end, the divine ox chariot soared into the air and crashed into the Su Group building, smashing the door into pieces like a tank driving in. Bam! At the highest level, Su Zhanyan was startled and asked, What's going on? A disciple of the Su family ran in and said, Manager Su, a car crashed into us. A car? Su Zhanyan frowned and said, Who dares to behave atrociously in my territory? Smash the car. Kill him for me. Su Zhanyan coldly snorted, Is the Su family something that anyone can bully? Without waiting for the disciple of the Su family to leave, a disciple of the Su family ran in angrily and said, Manager Su, that brat Luo Tian is here. Su Zhanyan squinted his eyes, suddenly stood up, and laughed coldly. Luo Tian, you're finally here. In addition, another person rushed in and said, Manager Su, the people from the Divine Sea City's military are all here. The entire street is here, fully armed. Su Zhanyan laughed out loud and said, Commander who really gives me face. Luo Tian, you won't be able to escape today, even if you have wings. Ha ha ha. Thank you to Soul-Devouring Heartwarming for the reward of 4 consecutive hits. Thank you to Xiang Yichen's father, A Shangmeng, Humble Little Emotions, Green Grass, Yishang Liu, Tian Yi's reward and support. Thank you, brothers. Good night. Chapter 1889. Su Zhanyan was extremely excited. Commander, who is really something. Ha ha ha. Luo Tian, you won't be able to escape today, even if you have wings. Su Zhanyan laughed complacently. How are the preparations? Director Su, everything has been arranged. As long as he dares to rush up, even if he has 100 lives, it won't be enough. There are more than 1,000 brothers of the Su family guarding outside. They are all elites. Su Zhanyan laughed in satisfaction and thought, as long as I can get back the God Kill token, everything will be worth it. With this God Kill token, I will be able to obtain the protection of the God Kill Alliance. No matter how strong the Hong family is, it will be useless. Ha ha ha! Right? Hang Zhuge Qing out for me, and let that brat see it. That's how fun it will be. Su Zhanyan laughed. To fight with me, no one in the entire Divine Sea City is a match for me. Su Zhanyan. Humph. On Luo Tian's side, walking out of the Divine Ox War Chariot, Luo Tian loosened his neck, causing his joints to crackle. He raised his eyes slightly, looked at the spiral-like roof, and roared, Su Zhanyan, get the hell out here! Su Zhanyan stood on the top floor and looked down at the tiny Luo Tian in the hall, and sneered, Kill him! Kill! Kill! Next, the men in black rushed out from the corridor like a tide. They have guns, be careful! Skinny Monkey suddenly exclaimed. Before he could finish, the men in Black's machine guns aimed at Luo Tian and the others and started sweeping them. Azure Dragon. Luo Tian bellowed, facing the densely packed bullets. His brows tightened, and a burst of dense energy burst out. Buzz! He immediately protected Zhao Ling, and rushed out like lightning. The moment Luo Tian rushed up, the green dragon was enraged, and a dragon's roar exploded. Roar! Ah, ah, ah! My ears, my ears! Screams that sounded like pigs being slaughtered could be heard. Everyone's eardrums were shattered, and fresh blood flowed out. Luo Tian rushed to the second floor, his 5 fingers clenched. Bam! Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing! Bang! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing! Bang! 1 punch, 1 kill. Every punch was an instant kill. He could mess with anyone but his woman. That was his bottom line. Threatening him with Zhugeqin? Then he would not show any mercy, and would kill with every punch. Su Zhanyun's ears were also numb from the Azure Dragon's roar. He looked at the void, but did not see anything. He asked, Elder Chen, what is that sound? Chen Wu shook his head and said, I've never heard the sound before, but this sounds a little like the sound of a magical beast. Magical beast? Su Zhanyun's eyes turned sinister as he said, but I didn't see any magic beasts around Luo Tian. Firearms are no match for it. Su Zhanyun's heart sank as he thought to himself, is this the power of an awakened? In less than 2 months, he actually broke through so quickly. Chen Wu also said that Kid's cultivation has already broken through the cultivation realm. These people of yours are no match for him. Ordinary firearms were like trash in front of a cultivator. They could not cause the slightest bit of damage. Not only Luo Tian, the skinny monkey and Xianyuan ox also burst out with powerful strength. The 2 of them were like a hot knife through butter as they opened up a path for Luo Tian. Luo Tian walked to the top floor step by step. In less than 10 minutes, Luo Tian walked to the 10th floor. Su Zhanyun's face tightened. Trash, trash. All of you are trash. So many people, but you can't even stop 3 people. I really don't know what I'm raising you trash for. Chen Wu said, their cultivation is too weak, they can't resist at all. If they go up, they will die. So what if they die? Su Zhanyun said disdainfully, dying can also consume some of their strength. This is the 50th floor. By the time they reach here, they will be exhausted. Su Zhanyun did not care about the life and death of those people. None of this had anything to do with him. What he wanted was the God-kill order. As for how many people would die, he did not care at all. As long as he had the God-kill order, nothing was a problem. Even if he had to pay a high price, it would be worth it. That was the way of the superiors. To achieve their goals, they would do anything. Chen Wu sneered and said, it's a wise move. Even a cultivator at the pinnacle of cultivation will be exhausted. By the time they reach here, they will already be exhausted. Kill. You lackeys of the Su family, I have long disliked you. Weren't you arrogant in the past? Be arrogant for me again. Xianyuan ox grabbed 2 black men's heads and slammed them, causing them to faint. Luo Tian walked up and kicked them one by one, sending them flying. The hall on the 1st floor was filled with corpses. They were not soldiers from the military. They were just the tyrants of the divine sea city. Luo Tian did not show any mercy to these people. Every time he attacked, he used his full strength. He held Zhao Ling, with one hand and put the other in his pocket. When he saw someone rushing over, he lifted his right leg and swept it out. Moreover, every time he killed someone, the godhead of the god of slaughter in his sea of consciousness would awaken a little more. In the space-time crack of the divine realm, his true body was trembling slightly. Another 10 minutes passed. They reached the 25th floor. They did not show any signs of exhaustion at all. Su Zhanyun felt uneasy in his heart, but he was not afraid because he still had a trump card, Zhugeqin. In addition, he was also puzzled. Aren't the people from the military here? Why aren't they making a move? Chun Wu glanced downstairs and saw that the entire Su building was surrounded. The two people in the lead were very unfamiliar. He said, "I've never seen the two people downstairs." Su Zhanyan shouted, "It doesn't matter if I've seen them or not." With 8,000 soldiers rushing in and a sweep of their laser guns, even a peak cultivator will die. I'll call Hu Chuantu, that old fox, and ask him what he's doing. The call went through, but no one answered. At this moment, Hu Chuantu's expression was serious, and he did not move. He looked at the two strangely dressed old men in front of him and did not dare to show the slightest disrespect. "This is Luo Tian's information?" An old man's voice sounded. The voice was very hoarse. It gave Hu Chuanta the feeling of someone who had crawled out of a grave. Hu Chuanta quickly nodded and said, "Yes, I've prepared it before you came." "You can leave," the old man said coldly. After Hu Chuanta went out, a subordinate ran up and asked, "Commander, who are the two people inside?" When they walked into the military camp, the temperature of the entire camp dropped as if it was winter. "It's too strange." Hu Chuanta's body relaxed and sweat rolled down his forehead. He looked back and said in a low voice, "They're from the Yi family, one of the 4 major families in the capital." Chapter 1890. They're coming up, they're coming up. They've already reached the 40th floor. "Director Su, let's hurry up and retreat. They're all lunatics." An old man rushed in, his face pale with fright. Su Zhanyan grabbed his head and crushed it and coldly snorted, "You can retreat to hell first." "Black Tiger, get ready." "Yes, sir." A man walked out from the shadows. His body emitted the aura of a cultivator. Chun Wu was slightly startled and said, "I didn't expect you to have a cultivator here. I actually didn't notice it all this time." Su Zhanyan slightly said, "Elder Chin, the ancient martial arts technique that Black Tiger cultivates is the concealment technique. Not only can it hide its own aura, it can also hide its body. His cultivation is definitely incomparable to yours." Chun Wu smiled slightly and said, "Don't say that. The Su family has been in the Divine Sea City for many years. It's reasonable for them to nurture some cultivators. But this time, I'll help you get the God Kill token. That thing," Su Zhanyan immediately said. "Don't worry, I will definitely give you that thing. As long as I get the God Kill token, I will immediately give it to you." "All right." Chun Wu's eyes froze, and he was secretly excited in his heart. He was a member of the Chun family, one of the 4 great families in the capital. The reason why he appeared beside Su Zhanyan was because the Su family had something. This thing had always been what the Chun family was looking for. As long as they could obtain it, they would be able to nurture several or even dozens of peak cultivators. He was here for that item. He had once thought of killing Su Zhanyan, but after understanding Su Zhanyan's personality, he knew that he would never be able to obtain that thing if he killed Su Zhanyan. At this moment, below the Su's building, Lei Xiangdong said heavily, "Surround the Su's building for me. Don't let a single person escape, understand?" "Yes, sir." Lei Xiangdong turned around and entered the Su's building. The entire hall was filled with corpses, and he thought to himself, "Why didn't you wait for me?" He immediately rushed forward. Lu Sweki did not follow. Halfway there, she got off the car and disappeared into the crowd. She did not follow him to the Su's building, but instead returned to the Divine Sea City's military district. She kept feeling that Hu Chuantu had become abnormal after receiving that call. There must be something he was hiding from them. Bam! Suddenly, the Xian Yuan bull's abdomen was hit by a heavy punch. It staggered backward and almost fell down. Luo Tian caught it. "Old Ox!" The skinny monkey cried out in surprise. He saw a shadow appear in front of him, and he didn't have time to react. Bang! He punched him in the head. The skinny monkey was blasted to the ground. Black Tiger's figure appeared. There was a huge black tiger tattooed on his face. He looked at Luo Tian with a ferocious expression. "Bah! Can't even withstand a single blow. Luo Tian raised his eyes slightly. Cultivator? Only a cultivator could suddenly disappear and suddenly reappear. Furthermore, Black Tiger must have cultivated some kind of ancient martial arts. Black Tiger sneered and said, "You have some knowledge." Luo Tian moved slightly, but was stopped by the Xian Yuan ox. "Heaven, leave it to me." Xian Yuanyo got up slowly. He clenched his fists and his joints cracked. He stared at the Black Tiger and suddenly moved. He lowered his right arm and shouted, "So what if you're a cultivator?" Boom! The monstrous strength in his right arm suddenly erupted. He punched out. It was too fast. The power broke through the air. Black Tiger was shocked. He covered his head with both hands. Bang! After blocking Xian Yuan's punch, he was also sent flying. He retreated dozens of meters. Black Tiger's face turned ferocious. He gritted his teeth and said, "I'm going to kill you." Whoosh! His figure disappeared. His aura disappeared. Luo Tian frowned, just as he was about to remind Xian Yuan ox. The skinny monkey suddenly said, "Boss, let me do it." He closed his eyes slightly. His body began to float. He couldn't sense the aura. He couldn't see the figure with his eyes. But if Black Tiger wanted to move, he would definitely move the airflow. Xian Yuan ox looked at the skinny monkey. The skinny monkey opened his eyes and sneered, "Let's see where you can hide." "Old ox, he's on your left." "Understood." Xian Yuan ox grinned and roared excitedly. The muscles on his right arm suddenly doubled as he swept it out. Boom! It was a direct hit. Black Tiger was sent flying. He stared at Xian Yuan ox and the skinny monkey. He was extremely unconvinced. At this moment, the elevator behind him opened. Ding! The elevator door opened and Lei Xiangdong walked out. He stomped his right foot. Boom! The ground shook violently as the power of cultivation was released, directly shaking Black Tiger up. Lei Xiangdong grinned and said, "You dare to show off in front of our boss?" "Boss!" Lei Xiangdong's right leg twitched and fiercely kicked Black Tiger's body. Whoosh! Black Tiger flew towards Luo Tian. Luo Tian raised his right leg and lightly pushed it against Black Tiger's lower jaw. He said coldly, "Die." He exerted force with his right foot and flew out. His right leg became a whip and chopped down heavily. Bam! It directly pressed down on Black Tiger's abdomen, causing his internal organs to instantly shatter. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Black Tiger for obtaining 18,000 experience, 700 true chi, and 10 energy values. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining concealment technique. Do you wish to cultivate it? Exchange points. Luo Tian didn't even think about it. What he needed now was not a cultivation technique, but points. Lazy, what a good shot. Ha ha ha. I saw you downstairs just now. Why did you come up all of a sudden? Don't you know there's an elevator? Huh. Luo Tian asked, "Where's Lu Sweki?" Lei Xiangdong said, "She felt that something was wrong, so she went to investigate. She should be back soon." "Boss, I'll help you open the way." With that, he took the lead and rushed forward. The three of them opened up the path even faster. Su Zhanyin's forehead was also drenched in cold sweat, and he asked, "Elderchin, did you see it clearly? Are you sure he was the one leading the troops just now?" Chanwu nodded and said, "It's him. Looks like Hu Chuantu isn't here to help you." "Old thing," Su Zhanyin bellowed and said, "when I get through this, I will make him kneel down and beg me. He has some things that cannot be seen." Chan Wu laughed coldly. "Don't worry, as long as you have that thing, I will help you solve anything." Luo Tian, a mere cultivator, humph. I didn't even put him in my eyes. Su Zhanyun immediately said, "Don't worry, Su Zhanyun, will definitely fulfill my promise. Help me kill Luo Tian, and I will definitely give it to you when I get the God Kill token." All right. Chen Wu did not want to delay any longer and immediately walked out saying, "Prepare that thing." It was also at this time Zhao Ling suddenly stopped. Luo Tian was startled and asked, "What's wrong?" Zhao Ling raised his head and looked at Luo Tian, giggled, and said, "The second source fragment is here." Chapter 1891. The second fragment. Luo Tian's eyes were shocked. He looked at Zhao Ling and asked seriously, "Are you sure?" When they were at Demon Island, Zhao Ling said that there was an origin fragment in the Divine Sea City. However, Luo Tian didn't believe it at that time. Now that she suddenly mentioned it, Luo Tian was immediately shocked. Zhao Ling said confidently, "Of course, I can sense all the origin fragments as long as they are activated. There is one above us." Luo Tian became excited. Origin fragment. Good. As long as he gathered all the origin fragments, he would be able to release Earth's origin energy. At that time, he would be able to absorb Earth's origin energy endlessly. It would also be a piece of cake for him to integrate law powers that surpassed even those of God's domain. "Go upstairs," Luo Tian shouted. The three Vajra generals continued to open the way, and those men in black were quickly thrown downstairs. The 48th floor. "Boss, there are 2 more floors to the top," Lei Xiangdong said. Suddenly, bang, 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 3 consecutive heavy strikes sounded. A figure stood in front of Luo Tian like a ghost and smiled coldly. "You are Luo Tian?" Without waiting for Luo Tian to answer, that person continued, "Die." Luo Tian took out his right hand from his pocket. A wave of true energy surged out, and he clenched his right fist. Swish, swish, swish. Under his fist, endless power gathered crazily. In an instant, he punched out. That person's eyes were ferocious as he blocked it with his palm. Boom! A shockwave exploded. The power raged. That person was sent flying. Luo Tian also took a few steps back. His expression changed slightly. A high-level cultivator? That person stood still with an ugly expression. He stared at Luo Tian and said, "It seems that you are more powerful than I thought." However, his steps moved. A flame rose under his feet. The flame was like a ghost fire. His steps were burning. Flame shot up. Lei Xiangdong was shocked and immediately warned him loudly, "Boss, the Chen family of the capital is the descendant of the fire god Gong Gong. You have to be careful. If you come into contact with the flames on his feet, your entire body will burn." Gong Gong, the fire god! Luo Tian grinned. He was a powerful figure in the prehistorical era. "Ling, you are a descendant of Niwa. Do you want to show off?" Luo Tian asked jokingly. Zhao Ling grinned and completely ignored Luo Tian. She said, "I don't want to. Even if their ancestors were here, they wouldn't have the right to make me do anything. Uncle, hurry up and finish him off." Zhao Linger let go of Luo Tian's voice and automatically took a few steps back. Luo Tian clenched his fists. Seeing Chen Wu rushing towards him, his eyes narrowed. Without waiting for Chen Wu to get close, Luo Tian shot out explosively. "Fire god Gong Gong, right? Then I'll let you have a taste of the Azure Dragon's power." "Azure Dragon," Luo Tian shouted in his heart. The Azure Dragon on his left arm directly transformed and coiled around Luo Tian's arm. Blue veins popped out, and a dragon roar came from his left arm. A punch was aimed at Chen Wu's foot. Chen Wu laughed excitedly and said contemptuously, "You're courting death. You just touched the fire god's flame?" "Fire god's flame, haha." Luo Tian chuckled. "Even 100 white path heavenly flames are nothing in my eyes. What does your bullshit fire god's flame amount to?" Violent kill. Boom. A punch against a kick. Azure Dragon against the fire god's flame. Crack. Chen Wu's right leg was crippled. His thigh bone pierced out from the base of his thigh. Blood gushed out violently. His whole body slammed into the wall. The wall caved in, and his body hung on it. Chen Wu spat out blood and stared at Luo Tian. Impossible, impossible, absolutely impossible. Who are you? No one can stop the fire god's flame. A ball of flame burned on Luo Tian's fist. It burned slowly. Luo Tian did not feel any pain, as if there was a familiar feeling. This feeling was very special, as if he had possessed this kind of flame before. Suddenly, the system sounded out. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for comprehending the true essence of fire! Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for comprehending the strange fire! Ding! The strange fire has returned. Ha! Ha ha ha! Luo Tian laughed excitedly. I was wondering why it felt so familiar. So the fire god Gongong's flame is a type of strange fire. Strange fire. Brother, long time no see. As if he had seen a familiar brother, Luo Tian raised his eyes, looked at the shocked Qinwu, and said indifferently, I will let you know what the fire god's flame is. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Two flames appeared on Luo Tian's fist. Luo Tian's fist was burning. Step by step, he walked towards Qinwu. Qinwu was stunned. Looking at the flame on Luo Tian's fist, he said, Impossible, only our fire god's bloodline can cultivate this kind of fire god's flame. Who are you? Who exactly are you? I am your ancestor. Luo Tian moved. Drawing a fiery red arc, he leaped up and landed heavily. Both of his fists moved and smashed straight into Qinwu's chest. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. It directly pierced through the thick cement wall. Qinwu's entire body burned, and he fell down from the 48th floor. Many people below let out cries of fear. The soldiers were also stunned. At this moment, an old man wearing strange clothes raised his head and frowned. The capital's Qin family, why are they here too? Immediately, another person whispered a few words to the soldier with the highest rank. The soldier immediately saluted and said, Yes, sir. Then he immediately ran down. In the crowd, Lu Sweki was extremely anxious and secretly said, The people from the Yi family are here. I was wondering why Hu Chuanta suddenly changed his appearance. So it was a call from the Yi family. These two old men have lived for at least 100 years. 100 years old zombie. This is bad. No way. I have to inform Luo Tian. Lu Sweki disappeared into the crowd and ran towards the back of the Su's building. The 49th floor. Su Zhanyun's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He glanced at the corpses piled up like a mountain in the hall on the first floor, and then looked at the dead bodies around him. The anger in his heart soared. At the same time, he was also afraid in his heart. What kind of person did he provoke? Who exactly was Luo Tian? However, at this point, Su Zhanyun had no way out. He suddenly shouted, Luo Tian, your woman is in my hands. If you know what's good for you, hand over the God Kill token and jump down from here. Roar, roar! In the iron cage, Zhuge Qing was hung up. The two big black dogs looked at Su Zhanyun. As long as he gave the order, they would immediately pounce on Zhuge Qing and tear him apart. Ha ha ha. Did you see that? As long as I give the order, the big black dog will tear your woman apart. Ha ha ha. Su Zhanyun laughed sinisterly. Luo Tian looked at Zhuge Qing, who was in the iron cage, and said slightly, Don't be afraid, I'm here. Su Zhanyun said, Hand over the thing, before he could finish his words. A ball of flame ignited in Luo Tian's hand. With a step, he instantly moved to Su Zhanyun's side, and a ball of flame blasted into his mouth. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! Ding! The system beep sounded. Thank you. Touch the Big Eye, Nangong Wentian, Green Grass, Fragmented Memories, 2013, Looking Back. James Taylor. Thank you for your support, brothers. Chapter 1892. Ding! The system beep sounded out. Luo Tian moved in his heart. Release the attribute. Right now, he was only thinking about making the origin fragment on Su Zhanyun's body explode, and did not think about anything else. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Su Zhanyun for obtaining 47,900 experience points. True Breath 1,000 points, energy values 10 points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Origin Fragment *1. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Beaming Power. Do you wish to cultivate it? Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining White Tiger's Power. Do you wish to fuse it? The system prompted continuously. Luo Tian's mind was completely focused on the origin fragment. As for the rest, he wanted to ignore it, but when he saw the White Tiger's Power, his heart skipped a beat. Fuse! Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for fusing with White Tiger's Power. Roar! The sound of a white tiger's explosion rang out. It was also at this moment. A strange movement appeared in Luo Tian's sea of consciousness, as though a wave of energy had broken through some sort of restriction and entered his sea of consciousness. At the same time, ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for returning the white tiger. As expected, Luo Tian was a little excited in his heart. The bloodlines of the 4 divine beasts had all died in the battle against the supreme divine king. He didn't expect that they would be the first ones to awaken on Earth. This kind of feeling was like reuniting with long-lost brothers. This kind of feeling was very cool. The green dragon also said excitedly, "Ha ha ha. Brother White Tiger, I've been waiting for a long time." The white tiger said excitedly, "Master, I'm back." Luo Tian was also extremely excited. "It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. I didn't protect you well in the divine realm." He felt guilty in his heart. In order to protect him, the 4 divine beasts had died at the hands of the supreme divine king. It was a very uncomfortable feeling to be separated from his body. Now that they had returned, Luo Tian had an indescribable feeling in his heart. He was excited, and at the same time he felt guilty. The white tiger and the azure dragon immediately said, "We are useless. We didn't protect Master well." Luo Tian laughed. "It's good that you're back. Let's not talk about those unhappy things anymore. Once I gather all the source fragments and obtain the source energy, I will kill my way back to the divine realm. I will make the supreme divine king pay 10,000 times the price. Master, now that we have been reborn, we will definitely become stronger," the azure dragon said. The white tiger also said excitedly, "After being reborn, we have become different from before." Luo Tian was slightly taken aback. He thought that the azure dragon and the white tiger were just returning to their original positions. He didn't expect them to return in the form of rebirth. Luo Tian also felt that they were different. In the past, they couldn't speak, let alone communicate with him. But now they could speak, and their strength was different from before. Luo Tian's heart was filled with doubts. The azure dragon said, "Master, our source continent is also on this plane. You were reborn on Earth, so we have the qualifications to be reborn. If you were reborn on another plane, I'm afraid we—" The white tiger laughed heartily. "Brother Azure Dragon, we have to thank Master. Without Master, we would have died forever." "Yes." Luo Tian was extremely shocked. When the Azure Dragon said this, he suddenly understood. Yes, the Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, and White Tiger are originally from Earth. My remnant soul returned to Earth. Then, I should also return to my original position? Then what is the original body in the space-time rift in the divine realm? Is it a clone? Luo Tian was a little confused. He usually didn't want to think too much about things that hurt his brain. His current goal was to find all the source fragments and restore the source energy on Earth. Then he would fuse with the source energy, return to the divine realm, and kill the supreme divine king. Zhao Linga looked at the dazed Luo Tian and couldn't help but ask, "Uncle, you found the source fragments, right?" "Huh. Luo Tian regained his composure and looked at Zhao Linger. It seems that you can really sense the location of the source fragments. Zhao Linger looked at Luo Tian strangely. She didn't know how Luo Tian got the source fragments from Su Zhanyun. It was very strange. The moment Su Zhanyun died, the source fragment's aura appeared on Luo Tian. Looking at Luo Tian, Zhao Linger giggled and said, "Of course, I am the descendant of Niuhua. Brother Tian, sister-in-law, is saved." Shou Ho and Xian Yuanyo helped Zhuge Qing out of the iron cage. The two big black dogs were already dead. Zhuge Qing looked at Luo Tian and immediately threw herself into his arms, wailing, "Boo-hoo! Boo-hoo! Grandpa! Grandpa! Grandpa is gone! Boo-hoo!" Zhuge Qing burst into tears. She was heartbroken. Zhuge Wu was her only family member in this world. The feeling of losing a family member was very uncomfortable. Luo Tian could understand that kind of pain. He hugged Zhuge Qing tightly and whispered, "Don't cry. From now on, I am your family member. I will definitely protect you." Shou Ho was also furious. He kicked Su Zhanyun's body fiercely. *CK your grandpa. Xian Yuanyo was also very angry. The old principal was such a good person. How could you kill him? Are you still human? Zhuge Qing said, "I don't even know where grandpa's body is now." I. Zhuge Qing gritted her teeth. That kind of pain was indescribable. Shou Ho said, "When we left, the principal said that we were going to the military area. Could it be in the military area?" Xian Yuanyo said, "No matter where it is, we must find it." Luo Tian was holding a ball of fire in his heart. Zhuge Wu was good to him. In the face of the Su family's oppression, he did not hand him over. Now that he was dead, Luo Tian's anger was faintly rising. At this moment, Lu Sueki ran up, panting. Lei Xiangdong was stunned. "Junior sister, why are you here?" Lu Sueki looked at Luo Tian and said, "Not good, the Yi family is here." "Yi family? Yi Xiaofeng's Yi family? Isn't Yi Xiaofeng dead? How did the Yi family know that we are here? Damn, it must be that Fire Wolf is not dead yet. He went to the Yi family, otherwise the Yi family would not know that we are here." Shou Ho immediately thought of Fire Wolf, the fish that escaped the net. Lu Sueki said, "There are two senior elders of the Yi family below. Their strength is above the 5th stage of cultivation. And Lei Xiangdong looked at Lu Sueki and asked, "Junior sister, if you have anything to say, just say it." Lu Sueki frowned and said, "The 8,000 soldiers in the military area have been taken over by the two elders of the Yi family. They have now sealed off the Su family building. As long as they see us, they will shoot. Senior brother, we shouldn't have brought them here." Lei Xiangdong's body swayed, and he could not stand steadily. He only wanted to give Luo Tian a boost. He did not expect that he would indirectly help the Yi family. Luo Tian gently patted Zhuge Qing's back. His eyes had become extremely gloomy and filled with killing intent. Chapter 1893. You guys are up there. Don't go down unless I tell you to. Luo Tian said as he walked towards the elevator. "Brother Tian, we can help you." "Boss, They all wanted to follow Luo Tian down, but Luo Tian did not turn around. He waved his hand and said to them, "I'm fine by myself." He wanted to kill. The anger in his heart needed to be vented. In the hall on the 1st floor, Yi Qihan frowned as he looked at the corpses piled up like a mountain in the hall. Then he looked up and saw Lei Xiangdong and the others. The corner of his mouth drew back as he laughed coldly. "Found it!" The other person released a little bit of blood mist from his body. The blood mist scattered in all directions and landed on every corpse. Then he frowned and clenched his fists. The fingernails on his 5 fingers quickly grew out and turned dark green. Half of his face had also rotted, and one could see the teeth in his mouth. "Blood soul control corpse. Get up!" Bam! Bam! Bang! With a series of explosions, the blood mist he released drilled into the corpses, and then the corpses began to move. One by one, they came to life. He had become a zombie. Collapse the elevator for me, the old man ordered. The zombies rushed towards the elevator as if they had gone mad. They stuck their hands into the cement and jumped. Hundreds of zombies crawled towards the elevator. Senior brother, you're up there, I'm down there. Yi Gui Li said coldly. Yi Chi Hun laughed coldly. With a shake of his right foot, the floor cracked and caved in. In that instant, his body flew up in a straight line and rushed straight to the 49th floor. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. The elevator was pulled apart by a group of zombies, and the elevator fell. Luo Tian stood in the elevator, his hands in his pockets, his eyes gloomy as he stared at the zombies outside the glass elevator. Suddenly, roar! The elevator glass exploded, and a white tiger phantom rushed out. Yi Gui Li looked at the white tiger that was pouncing down and retreated. The idea moved, and dozens of zombies blocked in front of him. White tiger phantom, who are you? At the moment when the white tiger rushed out, Luo Tian took a step forward. His Zhen Qi surged. His step was suspended in the air. His two eyes coldly stared at Yi Gili. He coldly smiled and said, I am your ancestor. Yi Gili's eyes turned ferocious. You're courting death. With a flick of his finger, dozens of blood beads flew toward Luo Tian. Luo Tian's body suddenly fell down and landed on the ground. The entire hull shook and the ground caved in. His right foot moved. One push. Crack. The ground cracked, and a burst of gravel splashed up. Luo Tian's figure had already disappeared. At this moment, Yi Gili reacted like God. His whole body flashed with golden light, and his long fangs were exposed. As if he had calculated Luo Tian's movements, he bit down. Brat, become a ghost corpse. Luo Tian moved his left hand and said, You like to bite people, right? Then I'll see how you bite without teeth. His body rotated 180 degrees, and the two fingers on his right hand moved, piercing into Yi Gili's mouth. Ha ha! Prepare to die! Yi Gili laughed excitedly, his teeth fiercely biting down, but the moment he exerted his strength, a sharp pain filled his entire body. Puchi, a 5-centimeter-long fong, was forcibly pulled out by Luo Tian. Ah, woo-woo! Ah! The pain caused Yi Gili to let out a pig-like howl, his body also explosively retreating, blood crazily spurting out. Ah! Give me back my teeth. What did a zombie's teeth mean? It meant identity, status, and glory. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! Rumble. The aura on Yi Gili's body became stronger once again, and the power of the 5th stage of cultivation erupted. Luo Tian threw the zombie tooth far away. His body moved and rushed forward again. Give me the other tooth too. His right hand moved. 2 fingers moved, attacking Yi Gili's mouth. This time, Yi Gili did not open his mouth for Luo Tian again, but used his own immortal body to rush towards Luo Tian. Shut up, can I do it? Luo Tian sneered and released the phantom steps beneath his feet. One move, one side. He landed on Yi Gili's right side and stabbed with his right hand. It directly pierced into Yi Gili's mouth, grabbed the fong, and pulled fiercely. Drop it for me! Puchi! The entire mouth was pulled back by Luo Tian. Looking at the long fong in his hand, he said, Do you want it? Yi Gili was furious, staring at the fong, blood continuously flowing out of his mouth. Give it back to me, give it back to me. Luo Tian threw it to the ground and stomped down. Crack! It directly turned into powder. Yi Gili roared towards the sky. Ah! Ah! He crazily pounced towards Luo Tian. At the same time, the surrounding thousands of zombies also pounced forward at the same time, sealing off all of Luo Tian's escape routes. I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you. Yi Gili went completely berserk. Luo Tian swept his gaze across, and his gaze turned cold. Kill! Roar, howl. The power of the azure dragon and the white tiger, one on the left and one on the right, began to tremble violently. Master, look at our new power. Yes, look at our new power, the azure dragon and the white tiger said. Luo Tian was shocked. He laughed and said, "All right, then show me your new power." Suddenly, Luo Tian gave up on controlling the idea of the azure dragon and the white tiger, and their two powers quickly merged together. An azure dragon, a white tiger. The two forces continued to gather, and in that instant the power exploded. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Azure dragon, white tiger combination. Power explosion. It formed a shockwave that exploded on Luo Tian's body, and the shockwave directly chopped off the heads of the thousands of zombies around him. It was as if a full moon blade aura had been released. Yi Gili reacted immediately, turned around and fled, his heart filled with incomparable fear. But he couldn't escape at all. Ah, our Yi family has an immortal body. Yi Gui's hand sank, causing the clothes on his body to burst apart. A golden light appeared all over his body. This was the defensive power of the 100-year-old zombie. Bam! Cut in half. What 100-year-old zombie's defensive power, it was directly broken through. Moreover, this power did not cause any damage to the building, as if it had a system that could only recognize it. Other than that, the force was still bouncing back and forth, and before the beheaded zombies could even fall to the ground, they were once again cut into two halves. Yi Guili struggled on the ground, looked at his senior brother in the air, and said, "Senior brother, save me, save me." Crack! His head was cut in half. Death! At this moment, the system beep exploded in Luo Tian's mind. Ding, 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 ding. Yi Chi-hun descended from the sky with a dagger in his hand. The dagger was engraved with ancient patterns, and he stabbed it towards Luo Tian's head. Chapter 1894. The speed was too fast, too fierce. Moreover, Luo Tian was completely intoxicated by the impact of the dragon and tiger combination's power. He never thought that Yi Chi-hun would descend from the sky. Moreover, the dagger in his hand was also extraordinary. Luo Tian was careless. "Brother Tian! Luo Tian! Boss!" Everyone shouted loudly, but it was already too late. Luo Tian raised his head to look, and his eyes suddenly darkened. The idea in his heart moved, and at this time, the green dragon and the white tiger also separated in an instant. "Master! Master, dodge!" It was useless. Everything was too late. Yi Chi-hun's dagger pierced down. "Go to hell!" Puchi! It pierced Luo Tian's forehead all of a sudden. Luo Tian's body sank, and the true qi in his body surged up. However, it was completely useless. The dagger on his forehead was about to kill everything. Yi Chi-hun's eyes turned sinister, and the power of 100 years old zombie exploded out. His right fist moved, and a heavy punch landed on the dagger. "Go to hell!" Swish! The dagger went in a little further, and his skull was cracking. A strange power rushed into the sea of consciousness from the dagger. At this moment, Luo Tian's eyes suddenly froze. "Supreme Divine King?" Buzz! That huge power suddenly exploded in his mind. Ha ha! Luo Tian! I've finally found you. Wahaha! A voice rang out. It was incomparably familiar. It was the voice of the Supreme Divine King. Luo Tian would never forget his voice. "Supreme Divine King, it really is you." Luo Tian roared from within his sea of consciousness. He never thought that the power of the Supreme Divine King would actually appear here. He never thought of this. Supreme Divine King laughed coldly. "You didn't expect it, did you? Ha ha ha. In order to find you, I searched every plane of the divine realm. I didn't expect you to not be in the divine realm and hide in this dog place. Haha. In the end, I still found it. Luo Tian, Hand over your divine king's divine deity. The supreme divine king's voice was filled with excitement. He patrolled the borders of the god realm and then went to the countless planes in the chaos realm. Although his original body couldn't enter the chaos realm, he was the strongest person in the divine realm. He had countless supernatural powers that could indirectly enter the chaos realm. Just like this dagger, he had sealed a strand of his mind power inside. Once he encountered Luo Tian, it would be automatically activated. At that time, he would be able to clearly sense Luo Tian's position. As long as the location was confirmed, everything would be much easier. His sea of consciousness was roaring. The appearance of the Supreme God King caused the killing intent in Luo Tian's heart to soar to the extreme. I ran to Earth, but you still won't let me go. All right, since you're here, then go to hell. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Luo Tian's ruthless aura surged out, and the thick killing intent broke through the last bit of the limit. Immediately after, in his sea of consciousness, a wave of energy was rapidly condensing and converging. Countless strands of law energy poured into his mind. Luo Tian's head was about to split open. It was incomparably uncomfortable, and he could not withstand the impact of the law energy. Ah, hiss! Luo Tian sucked in a breath of cold air, wanting to control it, but it was completely impossible. It was also at this time the Supreme Divine King's was laughing wildly. Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! The Divine King's Godhead is condensing, awakening, and an even stronger power of law is fusing into the Divine King's Godhead. Luo Tian, I have truly underestimated you. I did not expect that your rebirth this time would cause the power contained in your Divine King's Godhead to double. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! A loud sound came from his sea of consciousness. Luo Tian's head sank, and a vigorous and endless power slowly gathered from his sea of consciousness. Divine King's Godhead, the God of Slaughter's Godhead, had condensed. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for condensing the God of Slaughter's Godhead. The God of Slaughter's Godhead had returned. Moreover, just as the Supreme Divine King had said, its power was even stronger than when it was in the divine realm because this was Luo Tian's original plane. Its rebirth had more or less absorbed a trace of origin energy. Looking at the Divine King's Godhead in Luo Tian's sea of consciousness, the Supreme Divine King became excited and said, "The first Divine King's Godhead has awakened. It's mine, it's mine. Ha ha ha, it's yours, isn't it? If you have the guts, go and get it." In that instant, Luo Tian's eyes suddenly widened, and a wave of God of Slaughter's Godhead's idea rushed out of his body, instantly turning Yi Chi Hun into dust. The idea was instantly killed. With just a thought, Yi Chi Hun, who was at the 6th step of cultivation, was instantly killed. This was the power of the Divine King's Godhead, an incomparably powerful strength. Luo Tian looked at the simple dagger that was stuck in his forehead and pulled it out. With a move of his palm, the power of the God of Slaughter's Godhead directly turned into the God of Slaughter's fire. You want my power, right? Come and get it. If you have the guts, come and get it from the divine realm. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Anger soared to the sky. Hatred soared to the sky. Luo Tian clenched his fist, and the dagger directly turned into dust. The Supreme Divine King's will in Luo Tian's sea of consciousness was also forced out of his body by the power of the God of Slaughter's Godhead. Ah ha ha, ah ha ha. Luo Tian, I will come and find you. I will definitely come and find you. Ha ha ha. The Supreme Divine King's excited voice sounded. Wang. The aura on Luo Tian's body exploded, and his will directly entered the void, instantly grabbing onto the Supreme Divine King's will, and directly tore apart. If you have the guts, then come. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. The entire Divine Sea City was trembling. Luo Tian had gone mad. It was the Supreme Divine King who had forced him into such a desperate situation, causing him to be unable to return home, causing him to be unable to see his wife and daughter. He hated it, incomparable hatred. This hatred turned into killing intent, causing the god of slaughter's godhead to become even stronger. Huff, huff, huff. Come if you have the guts. Hong too, come. Luo Tian roared crazily. Xian Yuanyo and the others were dumbfounded. Zhuge Qing ignored everything and quickly rushed down to Luo Tian's side. She did not care about the god of slaughter's flames burning around his body and directly threw herself into his arms to protect him. Luo Tian, don't be like this, don't be like this. Boom! Luo Tian's sea of consciousness exploded again, his eyes rolled back, and he directly fainted, lying on Zhuge Qing's shoulder. He was really tired. He had dreamed of returning to the divine realm for countless nights, but now the supreme divine king had actually chased him here. What about his brother, his woman, his daughter? Luo Tian's heart was filled with incomparable longing and concern. After Luo Tian fainted, divine realm, supreme divine palace. Hong Tu laughed wildly, ha ha ha. I've finally found you. Luo Tian, I've finally found you. Ha ha ha. Primal chaos realm, earth plane, right? Just wait. It won't be long before I find you. The power of the 4 God Kings' Godhead is mine, it's all mine, ha ha ha. Incomparable excitement. Thank you to Tearful Taste, very bitter, for the 7-hit reward. Thank you to Nangong Wentian for the 3-hit reward. Thank you to Soft-Hearted is a sickness that leads to one's death, green grass, for your support. Old Bull is extremely grateful.